Series E.
Series E.
Series E. Apex Legends.
Apex Legends.
Series E.
Series E. Apex Legends.
Series E Apex Legends starts right now.
Hey, welcome
Welcome, everybody, to Series E. This is the quarantine edition, at least for myself. And we have another fantastic week of Apex Legends, of course, brought to you by myself, Jamerson, and as we always have on the deck, Tom T-Squared Taylor. Tom, how are you doing?
I'm doing good, man. We got Applejacks week. I'm pretty sure I just saw you slamming a bowl of Applejacks on the side, too. I'm not sure what that was, but we're getting it popping over here. And everyone, make sure in the chat you wish Jamerson well. So he's coming through here, not feeling good, still casting. What a savage.
Actually, no, this is the international edition. Hopefully, this is a sign of lands to come eventually in the future, as I am here in Korea. I brought my full broadcast setup and everything with me. Okay. So I'm in the Applejacks. I mean, here's the meta. Here's the meta for it, right? So they've got the jumbo snacks, which are like jumbo, like larger portions, or not larger portions, but larger sized pieces. And then you use that for your cereal. You don't like actually just eat it like plain. You eat it like you would with cereal. And it's honestly the best thing. So yeah, that's right. It does mean, of course, that we are in the Applejacks weeks. And typically, when it's our partner team's week, they end up performing extremely well. Maybe, a little stumbles on the open registration night, but sometimes, or more often than not, they'll rise to the occasion during the pro nights. So let's go ahead and talk about the format for this evening. So we are going to have 8 matches ahead of us, and it's going to be typical ALGS point distribution. And so 12 points to first place, all the way down to 15th place, getting 1 point. And then, of course, 1 kill point per kill. And so it's going to be an 8-game marathon slogger, as teams are just going to have to just battle it out match after match after match. And we've got $500 on the line. Let's go ahead and take a look at all of our registered teams for the evening, Tom.
Yeah, I just got one message to Lion. It's your week. Don't blow it, dude. I have faith in you. No, I'm just kidding. Lion's my buddy. He's going to definitely come through and have a really solid day with his team. But you're going to see a lot of great open teams here. Flashpoint really stands out. You have Secret Formula over there on that right-hand side. 2 brains, 1 controller. A lot of these teams are fully capable of coming through and winning our open days, and we've seen it before. So yeah, I would like to see these teams come through, play their best. We have Rockstar. It looks like we have someone coming in and filling in sub there. So everyone typically has their full team, full squad. And it looks like we do have that for the most part here. Seamus Blight is playing with a couple of different teams, but have full faith in him that his teams are going to do well too. Very skilled and talented player. But looking forward to getting the game started and looking forward to seeing what happens with Team Applejacks. If you're new to Series E, Team Applejacks is a very skilled team, but they tend to struggle with getting 50-50 in a lot of different points of interest. So that's their one Achilles heel. Once they kind of get going, they tend to play a lot better.
Yeah. One other team that I'm looking at, of course, was a very pleasant surprise, I would say, at the very least, from last week. Casper, right, filling in for Team Rice Krispies. And he just kind of fit like a glove. It looked like they were so comfortable with him. So I want to see, with another week of, I guess, practice under their belts, how are they going to perform today? Because I think they did stellarly, especially coming in with a sub last week.
Yeah, I feel like Sung is running with Protectful right now from what I saw, and I think that's going to be a pretty good duo, and I want to see them pop in Series E and see what they're capable of. But Casper did fit in really well. He's going to really fit in well almost anywhere that he goes based on his experience, but putting him together with, 2 really solid controller players that are aggressive, and you can count on Casper to come through and lead these guys in terms of just rotations in certain situations that they may not be as experienced with on the Rice Krispies side. So that's a definite player to watch out for. Also, keep in mind the metas that are shifting. We didn't get a chance to watch the LGS this weekend because of the update that happened last week. So I'm looking forward to seeing, again, if people are still sticking with a lot of caustics, if people are going back to the Gibraltar Bloodhound combination, what is 2 brains, 1 controller going to play? Are we going to see a caustic crypto coming out from them? I think that tech's most likely going to stay on crypto, but it's the most exciting meta we've had in a while. And we also saw the Season 8 preview that's coming through, and we're going to have another legend introduced soon too.
Yeah, and then what is it? The 30. Oh God, I already forgot the name of it. But yeah, new weapon, new legend. Fuse looks pretty damn cool. 30. Yeah, there we go. I'm super excited for the next updates coming in. But yeah, I think particularly the legend meta right now feels really good. I believe this was, what was it, a liquid fight that we're looking at from last week as well. during our Mobile One High Performance Moment replay here. We got to see Horizon being busted out by Liquid. Now, a few teams have been trying her out. I think Alliance is also one of them that have been trying it out in scrims. I'm trying to remember if they did or not. I could be wrong here, but we got to see some good usage out of Team Liquid running that Horizon.
We did, and it was unfortunate for Cheez-It that they weren't able to win this fight because they had the advantage, but Team Liquid just played it a little bit more experienced, and that's what we're talking about with the difference between these teams that have been orgs and that have won tournaments before, and then our partner teams, which are still really just kind of figuring out how to go and adapt to what's going on in the meta right now. And Cheez-It had one of their best performances that we've seen in our pro days going in last week, so it was fun to watch. That nade was absolutely ridiculous. If you guys can't remember that one happening over here towards this end circle. But look at this, 4 or 5 squads left in this zone. It was super exciting to watch over towards the survey side. You know CLG is going to be involved if it's going to be over there. Solafide had a really great day overall. You know that they're extremely talented. And they're also, I think, number 2 overall, right behind 2 Brains, 1 Controller in terms of our accumulative points for all of our open teams. So again, a lot of really, really skilled open teams here. And then our pro day tomorrow obviously has one of our most stacked lobbies in all of Apex.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to that. Of course, the format is a little bit different where during our pro nights, we'll have 6 matches instead of the 8 like we will be having tonight. So it becomes a little bit of a different affair. But, you know, watching, of course, the end game really slowed down, become a lot more methodical instead of just kind of just a cluster of teams running into the last zone, setting up Wraith portals. You would have like these crazy Venn diagrams of Gibraltar domes, and you didn't know whose was what. It was absolutely insanity. And so I like the measured approach that teams have to take. This is, again, another display of the final endgame circle here. I believe CLG ultimately taking this one, yeah. So it was, I think, a great display of what competitive Apex Legends will start looking like. And of course, because of the I guess, game stability, I think it was an absolutely right call to delay the ALGS last weekend because, again, even though the hotfix was out, you got to do right by your competitors. So heads up, you know, to EA and Respawn for postponing the event because we don't want that kind of event where like maybe a third of the lobby will just randomly disconnect, right? So let's go ahead and take a look at Team Applejacks.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because we're in the best spot right now ever in terms of being able to just one second, we have the ice cream truck coming through in the background over here. It's the Applejacks fly-in music, apparently, as we take a look at what team composition they're going to be running. But it's unfortunate that it got canceled because it would have been the most fun we've seen in competitive Apex overall, especially with the zones closing in. But looking at what they're going over towards the fragment side, and I'm shocked to see I don't think anyone else is over here. So this is going to be great overall. They're not going to be able to get the immediate scan coming out. They're not going to find out how to rotate so quickly, but this is the start that Applejacks needs. They just need to find somewhere to land, especially somewhere so central where, you know, TSM is going to be taking this over on the pro day. So this is a really smart kind of play coming in from Applejacks. They typically have been going over and fighting in about 3 or 4 different spots. And speaking of fighting, it looks like Team Intel is getting busy over towards the sorting factory side. They get contested a lot, but the thing about Intel is if you are going to get contested, this would be the composition that you would want to have. You'd want to have the Bloodhound here. He's going to be much more useful than a Crypto early game because of the scan that's going to come out. It's much better to go and have the flyby drone to go get the scans and also the EMP. So looks like they're going to just play it super safe over towards the toilet side, kind of methodically figure out where this other team is. But while that's happening, their loot is extremely bad. So they lose out on a majority of the sorting factory loot, and now they're going to have to rotate more over towards Team Rockstar. As we see where the scan is, looks like it's going to be over towards Harvester, team over towards Train side. I wouldn't be surprised if that's 2 Brains, 1 Controller rotating already towards Train. So if we get an opportunity to go over to 2 Brains, 1 Controller, I want to see what they're up to.
It has to be 2 Brains, 1 Controller, and thank you so much, Tom. Sorry, guys. So I am here in Korea, and I do have to abide by a lot of the quarantine rules, and one of those was always pick up the phone when the Ministry of Health calls you. So I had to deal with that real quickly. But here we go. Yeah, it's 2 Brains, 1 Controller making their way on in.
Oh, looks like we lost Jamerson a little bit. Yeah, it's all right. We're just chilling over here with 2 Brains, 1 Controller, but it's Bowser on Crypto instead of Tech. So Tech is a natural Wraith. And when I was playing with him, he always played Wraith, not only just in ranked, but also in our competitive games. Tempest was on the Watson, and I kind of filled with either Gibraltar, Pathfinder, whatever we kind of felt like running. Sometimes even Caustic was a pretty strong composition that we would run too. But they're not being contested over here quite yet, over towards this train side, and I believe that there's other teams that have rotated over towards the Harvester side. So there's going to be at least 2 to 3 teams over here. I think that Intel was a team that was landing over towards Harvester before they were over towards Sorting Factory, maybe on our pro day, but they're booking it on this 2 Brains, 1 Controller side. The thing about these guys is they always want to be the first team to rotate, and they're not going to be running Caustic. So if they are even inside, they're not going to be able to hold the buildings nearly as much as they would like to, but this is a great opportunity for Bowser to hop in his drone. They're just going to scout out exactly what snake is going to be taken. If this going to be open, they're going to continue to make their way up. So there's a couple really good spots here, depending on where they think the zone's going to end. Ideally, you would want to try to get up onto the high ground as much as possible, and it looks like that's where the pings are going down towards. So they're going to infiltrate into here. They know they're good because of the fact they've already used the drone. They also haven't run into any barrels yet, which would be your worst nightmare overall if a Caustic was going to be locking this area down. So as expected, 2 Brains, 1 Controller are going to be one of our first teams to rotate over in to the end zone, and it looks like they already have a team on the ropes over here. That's going to be wicked. That's going to be turns going down. That's already 2 players. 2 Brains, 1 Controller hasn't even taken any damage yet. These teams and players were so split, and this is one of our top open teams that are about to go down. Nice shots coming in through Tech. The Q is going to be popped, and they're going to be able to take over this top center side. Absolutely insane plays from 2 Brains Controller. I don't even think they're going to get third partied quite yet. They actually are. Noct is going to go and try to lay down some bolt cover fire. Noct's playing on Controller. He is the 1 Controller here. With the ADS from the Gibraltar Shield, I always feel like having your Controller player on Gibby really starts to make sense. But thoroughly impressed with the way they were able to just bully out one of our top open teams here. Turns and Wicked going down. And maybe all 3 players going to go down here very shortly. 19 teams still alive. Those were the first kills that you've seen on your screen, and they're surrounded by about 2 or 3 different teams. One of those teams is going to be Team Applejacks, and this is the ideal situation for if you're over towards Harvester side, especially with Lion on Caustic. So this is going to be great. Lock down the doors, use the barrels to block every single door, and then whenever somebody comes into your building, the Caustic barrels are just going to be in the way, kind of like Clane being in the way right there, so you can't really get in. And this is extremely powerful here for Applejacks. They're going to be locking this down for quite some time. It is Applejacks week 2, so hopefully they're getting a little bit of luck on their side. Let's see how many barrels he has overall. So it has about 1 more barrel. You can see one's down over towards the opposite side of the snake. He could elect to kind of keep that one there, but you don't really need information on that. So it's better just to probably put another one next to where this door is, where Clane's going to be, or where he's standing currently. And that's going to be every single thing that you need. All these entrances, 6 different entrances, as predicted. He's going to go and cover every single one here and just kind of continue to lay these up. Now, every single door where Team Applejacks is completely covered. And you see a lot of pings going down. There's a couple different options here. I'm not sure why they're even rotating this early. They're kind of putting themselves in a pretty sticky position. If anything, Kenny should have been in his drone and they could have figured out exactly how they were going to rotate here, which they may have done. I may have missed that throughout all of that. Maybe Kenny got some sort of information, but this is a very risky play because there's going to be other teams in the vicinity. If there's a team over towards the high ground, you're going to end up losing out here, and that's what's happening. 2 Brains, 1 Controller is most likely in the area, and they are. Tech's going to go down and put the Mastiff to Clane. Kenny's in danger too, and we know how skilled this team is. Lion can sit there and try to do his best, but he's in a horrible situation. Is going to actually get 1 player down. Tech's healing. Bowser's going to have to pop in his drone. Meanwhile, Lion is actually getting a Phoenix kit off. So nasty plays coming in from Lion, holding it down. But what a risky play from Applejacks. Completely unnecessary. They could have just sat there chilled, and there's so many different areas where Harvester is going to pull. It was just not even needed to go there, especially when you don't grab your information with the drone. It would have been completely possible. He's going to finish off Knock here. Farmer Lucas looks like he's going to be able to get the kill for that one over 2 in your kill feed. So amazing job from Lion. I don't think he's going to be able to get a res off. He's probably just going to have to rat this one out. But again, those are the mistakes that you really don't want to see Applejacks make. As we take a look at another fight happening over here from Flashpoint. They're trying to make their way over, most likely trying to play this fence over towards the side. But this is going to be third-party Central. If he can get this res off, that's going to be good. But they're still going to have to recover this banner, get the res on top of the bridge, and have to wait for a portal play. Tech and Bowser looks like they're going to be going down over towards the side too. So 2 brains, 1 controller. While they were doing a nice job onto Applejacks, they get third-partied, and that's just honestly a grief from Applejacks. 2 brains, 1 controller didn't want to even probably take that fight. All the rest of the teams are going to collapse on that, and just an unforced error from Applejacks leading to basically everybody's death. I think Lion still is alive. Pop-Tarts are taking it slow over towards the sorting side. Farmer Lucas somehow farming the entire lobby with 5 kills, so he's looking pretty strong. Pringle's looking strong. They're hopping in the drone, trying to figure out exactly what's going on. This seems to be kind of the same situation that Team Applejacks was in, but they're over towards the snake on that rotation from the sorting side. So Flashpoint's over towards the side. There's a couple other teams that are sitting in sorting factory, probably a team holding the fence, and they also hit a scan for us. Nestle Pure Life, they're sitting above on the bridge. If we could go back to where that previous team was that hit a scan for us, we're going to know where this zone's going to pull for round number 3. And that's going to give us a lot of information on what these teams are actually doing and who's playing this one right. But all that loot from that Flashpoint fight before, and I want to see Team Pringle's screen, what their screen is, but it looks like Nessie Pure Life's going to have to deal with a team in front of them. Meanwhile, Pringles is going to go down. They found Lion over towards the side, but Sumo's going to get a knock right there onto Casellos. And this is the fence we were talking about, especially with Bambino here on Caustic. This is an extremely safe play. Most likely not going to end over here based on what we're seeing. But this is so much area for you to work with, especially if you have a charge rifle. You're going to be able to charge everything up over towards the side. Shame assist, multiple armor swaps in the area. Gold helmet there on Sumo. They just got done clearing out Pringles. And Farmer Lucas and Sumo already together with 9 kills on opposite teams. But that's pretty impressive individual kills just from one game. And we're going to be playing 8 overall. So we could see some really big days from both of these players. Still kind of blown away from what happened over here between Knock and Applejacks and 2 brains, 1 controller. 13 squads left, so many armor swaps. And there's Team Rockstar making their late rotation from the Lava City area. From the bridge side, we know that's going to be Nestle Pure Life over towards that wall. So they kind of just took their spot, and maybe they're hoping for an ending area over here, or maybe they're just hoping to kind of farm up and get some kills along the way and see what's around them. A team over towards the snake, you got to assume that there's a team right there where the pings are. There's also probably a team that's even making a later rotation than them, exactly as predicted, as Rakinishu is going to turn around and kind of lay down some shots. So this is fairly common, especially with 13 teams left, for all of these little areas to be accounted for. And that's what you saw 2 brains, 1 controller try to do very early, is take the best spot, the God spot, top middle, as Team Razor playing the edge. Muffin's coming in with a fill, and Zeratricky going to get the initial knock. Bubble going to go down. Looks like that's going to be a lifeline package too, so they're going to be feeling pretty confident most likely about pushing this team. Aim assisted already goes down. Hakula with the 2x gold barrel stabilizer is absolutely no joke, laying down about 100 damage before he only takes 125. That player's still down, and the rest of the team going to be able to push over here. Expect something big coming in from Muffins. He's going to be able to make some big plays here, maybe the defensive bombardment, also a solid bubble when it comes down to it. The finishes coming through on the other side, helping Team Razor out. The knock coming through. Zeratricky going to finish that one off too. And this is what Team Razor is kind of looking for. They're looking for teams that are inexperienced over towards the edge, teams that are split up, maybe not paying attention to them, and then they're trying to take over certain areas, certain sides, make sure their back's clear, and then force fighting in front of them compared to getting directly towards the center. That's exactly how you want to play this Gibraltar Bloodhound combination. But tough break when you're going and holding this choke and you don't have any type of Watson, any type of Caustic. It's just a lifeline package holding it down for you. Easily pinched. And doesn't seem like we have any Watsons in the entire lobby. I haven't seen any fences, any generators, anything like that. So just a complete change of meta. First Pathfinder we've seen coming in from Strictly and Team Cheez-It. Not a very Pathfinder friendly circle, but you could see the thought process for them. They took that little snake area where we saw Rockstar was over on that bridge above them. It looks like they portaled from here. So they came in from the side. They weren't able to get into Harvester, and they elected to go and take this spot because this isn't really a priority spot. Eventually, they're going to have to rotate as this zone closes a minute and a half. So it's going to be fairly difficult for them as Aves and Nestle Pure Life to the side get into a little bit of a fight. Rockstar looks like they want to get involved too. This fence area has now been taken over. You can see a little bit of the zone is in here, so they could stay here and clear out the rest of these players behind them. But I'm curious where Aves was able to get those knocks and just flew in out of nowhere. They pushed on that. We saw how they were kind of posturing for a while to see and kind of test each other's shields as TPM going to get a fight over towards the sorting side. This is, again, these teams that were over towards the edge. It's going to be Flashpoint going at it. Kubsky gets down. Talus is in the vicinity too. Nice job. Nice massive shots coming from Talus. This is going to connect on one more. It's up to Sushi to come here and try to finish this one off, but I think they're predicting a third party towards the side and they're going to try to get out of there.
Yep. I don't know if you can hear me, Tom. Hello?
Hey, I can hear you. Welcome back.
All right, there we go. All right, thank you guys. Just dealing with some things on my end. And of course, you did a fantastic job. I was listening the entire time, but right now we're seeing a fight by TPM. We saw TPM being able to take a good number of fights last week, and right now, though, it looks like they're on the back end of it. But Sushi with that purple armor, he's going to get decent spray down and now continue to charge forward. But as we join back on board with Team Rockstar, they're fighting over by the fences. Gibraltar Dome has already gone down. This might be their opportunity as Aves only hits for that 15, has someone right in front of him, and there we go. Another 45. They hit for Flesh now. Smelling blood in the water, they're going to push forward, and it's going to be Matt Pickett to get the knock on to 2, and they will be able to finish off Oprah and his squad. So, Team Rockstar already sitting pretty with 3 kill points at the very least on Aves, and Matt Pickett has to have a couple to his name as well.
This is pretty exciting for Team Rockstar here because, you know, we interviewed them last week, and we were talking to Pickett, talking to Rakanishu about what was going to be played. Rakanishu has always been the strongest Gibraltar that we've had, really, from all of our partner teams in Series E, next to Zeratricky on Team Razor, but Pickett loves to have fun characters to play. He always played Mirage, and Horizon really fits to his playstyle. He's an aggressive player. He likes to create opportunities, and we could see something special with this little composition that they have. Here's another infiltrate into this building area. You can see this is where they originally started the fight with Nestle Pure Life, and now they're bullying even more squads out of here. Everything really happening in front of them. Portal going to go down. They're just going to wait for that. Hopefully another team goes and portals through. But they're going to have to start to rotate here in the next 30 seconds. Yes, get this loot while you can. But eventually, after these kills go into your favor, it's time to move. Good bubble going to go down. Aves is going to be able to do a lot of damage. Dracos ends up getting finished there by Rakanishu. And now is the time to go and make your move if you're Team Rockstar. They have to get out of this area. They cannot continue to just sit here with the other teams that are really out of position. Nice job by Rakanishu getting the knock right there. They're not going to be able to get the finish, though, because the portal's been in play. Another player going to be on top of the bridge, and actually they do get that finish. So, again, the patience over towards the portal, and we'll see. Only a minute left to go and make your play. Is it going to be worth these kill points to not get into the zone here?
Yeah, that was the duo of TPM that was left over just beforehand. So Team Rockstar currently just picking up so many kill points, and I've been loving how they've been playing out their kind of mid-game and early games now with the way they rotate around the map. But like you said, with 35 seconds left to go now, they got to figure out how they get in. Do they have areas to play off of? And it looks like they might. Of course, you can play in what Rakanishu was looking at right now, but it's going to be a port play coming out from Aves and an early defensive bombardment being used by another squad. And so the timing on this is just absolutely perfect coming out from Aves right now, as there is a full team fight right on top of Harvester. They do have the angle set up for it. They can take their time. It's secret formula. Picking up a few. Here comes a defensive bombardment along with that Horizon ultimate. Now Matt Pickett took to the skies with that gravity lift, and that's going to allow the mobility for Team Rockstar. And just like that, they wipe off the map. Two more squads. That secret formula going down. Team Rockstar are really, really running off this momentum.
What a job there from Pickett and Rakanishu, even Aves with the portal. That's how you do it. Really nicely done. They're even having Team Razor on the other side here on the top. Having to deal with these guys is going to be fairly difficult, but you see the zone. Everybody is in if you're on this top side. We'll see which way it is going to pull. It could be one of two spots. Muffins is going to be able to get this finish over here. Team Razor and Team Rockstar, two of our most aggressive partner teams with some really solid games so far. And it does kind of pull over towards the Razor side. So Jamerson, they're going to be able to take their time over here and slowly think about how they want to approach the situation. Meanwhile, Rockstar is going to have to probably open up with another fight or two and do something big like they did and get lucky with that third party. So shame assist involved over here. Looks like we're going to have, what is this, 1 or 2 broken teams overall as we look at our 3 full squads that are in great positions.
Yeah, at least 2 broken teams. Could be 3. We don't know if there's a rat running around now, but Shame Assist are looking pretty darn good. I think they're going to be the main opponents up against Team Rockstar, but they get into a fight first here on the western edge, and a lot of squads are going to have to battle it out here and run out into the open. Shame Assist, and they are still running that Bloodhound, so they're going to have the scans to work with. But
yeah, they're going to have to probably make a portal play here with Sumo having this one up. You're going to see Fat Fruit Ninja goes in, gets aggressive, gets that knock onto Bird with the Mastiff. Gas is going to go in. I don't believe they're going to have a digital threat for this one, so they're just going to have to kind of chill, wait for this to go away, and kind of slowly approach the situation. Sumo still has his portal. Probably the best thing to do would be play underneath the ramp here if they're able to get to that. But you are having this team over towards the side, so a really tough situation. Sometimes the last team to go in here is going to really be the team that gets the advantage. Nice portal play over towards the side, and it looks like Rockstar is going to have a little bit of area to work with. Pickett's going to try to get annoying over here, take some air, and lay down some shots. It's so difficult to hit that horizon when she's in the air, hitting the strafe back and forth. We were talking about one team playing underneath the ramp. That is going to be a pretty solid portal towards the side, but Pickett has the angle. He's waiting a couple more seconds for his cue to come back up, and he's going to take flight again. Now we move into zone 6, a minute and a half until this one closes, and it closes extremely slow. Should be about another minute and a half, so we got about 3 minutes left in this game if these two teams don't go at it. We know where Razor is. We know Rockstar is a team that they're shooting at, and the ping's over towards that left-hand side is the team underneath the ramp, and they could be a broken team, so it's really up to Team Razor to try to clear these guys out. If Razor overextends just a little bit, then that could be the opportunity for Rockstar to go and make a play, and it looks like it's a full 3-man Seamus Swiss squad somehow. Sumo with the back-and-forth portal, really tricking everyone, almost making it look like he's a rat.
Yeah, right now, though, Dirty, he's got the arm shield up, and so it's a situation we don't really get to see often. It's more one of those situations where you see, people utilizing a knock shield for cover in a corner. But that's a different way to use that now, as Team Razor doing a good job of just pecking away at both squads. They're being poked at from either side. But right now, Muffins has to back off. So does Zeratricky, but Muffins is taking so much damage along with Hakulo. That's going to force out the bubble. But it looks like it'll come at a crucial time. 20 seconds left to go before the slow ring starts closing in. They'll have another bubble up, but it's about the other ultimates that they might have. Here comes a defensive bombardment. They do not have the bubble for themselves here, and so we do see Seamus is trying to take advantage of that. Muffins, he does have the defensive bombardment, and he's going to opt to use it on Seamus. It looks like throwing it in as the rest of Team Razor starts pushing onto Team Rockstar. They swing wide for this high ground here, and they do have the angle, but that does allow Seamus to free fire upon them. Muffins should have his bubbles shortly, and he does throw it down. They try to go for the wombo combo, and they quickly clear that, but they are right inside. It's going to be the first knock coming out from Hakulo, but they have traded, and that should mean Seamus to come in. As Aves picks up a double with that PK, he needs to get the last knock onto Hakulo there to finish him off and pick that one up. It looks like Aves goes down. Ultimately, Rockstar here in second place. Matt Pickett, can he do this here on his own on this horizon, trying to be as much of a nuisance as possible? But no, it's going to be Seamus taking game 1 of the evening.
What a smart job by Seamus to go and just rotate behind where Team Razor was going, as Razor took the high ground right there onto Team Rockstar, really forcing that fight between the two. Great wombo combo from Rakinishu and Pickett. Everybody really playing that one well. But Seamus with the little skedaddle move in the flank behind ends up kind of tricking everybody, and they take the win. Not quite sure how many actual kill points they had, but that was a great game to watch.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and take a short break. When we get back, we'll have game number 2 of Series E right after this.
What I'm expecting from Season 8 for competitive is probably not Gibraltar in the meta and not Caustic in the meta. I just want Path Watson back. That's it. And also the Hemlock to be nerfed to the ground. And other than that, I don't really know. I do want to stay on World's Edge. I don't want to play on Kings Canyon or Olympus. And maybe the PK back on the ground. That would be sick.
Taking out Lion first. Yuban now, Mike Lav. A lot of trades coming on out, as it looks like Applejacks will be able to weather the storm.
Hey everyone, my name's Klain. I play Apex Legends for Applejacks Jumbo Snacks, and you're watching Series E.
Welcome back to Series E, guys. Sorry for the longer waits. We did have to reset the lobby once again, and we should be getting ready for game number 2. But before that, let's go ahead and take a look at the leaderboard to see exactly how many kill points everyone picked up. And shame assist. When did they have the time to pick up 15 kill points?
Not quite sure, but they could have picked up a decent amount towards the end if they were able to kick both of those teams out of that final circle there. Team Razor and Team Rockstar is who we're talking about. But either way, Team Rockstar was right there with them throughout all of that in terms of kill points, locking it down. I think that's only 2 less kill points overall. So big game coming out for both of them. Team Razor, we saw their team fighting happening over around 13 squads left outside when they were coming in third, partying the team over towards the choke where that lifeline package was. So it's still anyone's game, but still it's nice to see Seamus, one of our open teams that's done pretty well in the past, and also Team Rockstar, who last week we had Team Rockstar week, and now we have Applejacks week. Applejacks again, major mistake in the previous game, going and forcing when they really didn't need to. We'll see if they learn from that this time as the pings start to go down on the armors.
Yeah, here they go, coming out of Fragment East, and it's hard to tell with the ping of the blue armor right on top of the beacon building, but it looks like there should be a beacon there, which they might have picked up. So if we can take a look at the map in just a moment to see what ring we have for game number 2, that would be fantastic right now, though. With still about 30 seconds or a minute to go. Never mind, there's a team fight here in Frag West. This might be, yeah, it looks like TPM facing off against Kubsky and Rolders and them. And without any trades, I figured maybe Applejacks tries to come in for the third party, but this is just going way too quickly for Flashpoint.
I really think the key with this crypto caustic composition is to really not worry about the third party here, because it's Fragment and it's in the middle of the map and everybody can hear it. So we're talking Cheese It, we're talking about all the teams coming in from behind over and over again. That fight wouldn't stop over towards the Fragment side. But taking a look at what's going on with Rockstar, they're contested over towards this Lava City side. Not quite sure who this could be on the opposite side, but they have them completely trapped in this building. Great angles here. All Pickett's going to need to do is throw down his Q once he wants to go and push onto the roof here, and they're going to be in a great position, and that's exactly what he does. Heads up play from Pickett, and now they have control of the building.
Yeah, they've got control of height right now, looking to try and advance up. They've got the caustic as well. Clear it level by level as they do pop one barrel, making sure at least they're covering a single angle now. It's unorganized on the other side here. Backed up into a corner, only white armors up against the 2 blue armors of Team Rockstar. And Rockstar are okay with taking this slow. And we know that they'd like to rotate a little bit slower, a little bit more wide in the early game here. And so they will be able to just take their time, as it looks like it's going to be a sorting factory ending quite possibly. Rakanishu trying to throw in some bubbles here. But once again, clearing level by level. He's got the EVA 8 tagged 1, and it looks like the rest of them are ready to push in. Aves and Matt Pickett now dropping into the floor, as it looks like Matt Pickett starts it all off. Gets 1 knock. They're going to get a second. That's going to be 3 easy kill points for Team Rockstar.
And now we have to watch out for, I believe, Nestle Pure Life, possibly Rice Krispies. Whoever is landing over towards that dome side had more than enough time to eventually make the rotation over here. So Rockstar, while it is a great job from getting that fight, they have to be careful. And as we see as the map, no one in that Lava City area, they could go and hit that rotation over towards Geyser. And eventually they're going to end up at one of the chokes, as Kenny's going to go and hop into his drone, try to get some information over here and see exactly how many squads are in the vicinity. You can see on that banner above where this building is, that one team is here. They're thinking that it's in this building, but they can't seem to find these players quite yet. Looking for some ammo, looking for some things. 0 squads and hostiles around now as Nestle Pure Life gets into a little bit of skirmish, possibly with Team Pringles, possibly with intel based on what we know and where teams land.
Yeah, right now they're going to slow things down. Of course, they don't have a recon legend, so they don't know exactly where this ring is going to end up. But of course, they've got the edge fighting composition here with that caustic with the Gibraltar, so they can slow things down. They don't have to go for center circle. As we saw, Applejacks, even though they were coming up from Frag East, they had information of the ring. They decided to play the choke there, and so they're going to try and gatekeep the teams coming in from the south. And it's teams like these that are currently fighting over in Sorting Factory that they're going to try to find kill points from the mid game from. Now, we do have a crypto EMP coming in, and so things are going to slow down a little bit now as they have to reset. Arcstar is being thrown in as well. Nestle Pure Life are just struggling right now, healing time and again, backing once again into this office for the time being.
Not a big deal because this is the point of having Caustic. He's going to buy you all this time. It's just a little bit annoying when you're going to have to use a lot of your heals along the way. Maybe they're going to have to go and take a fight eventually if they do keep getting poked down at least no triple takes or charge rifles are hitting over towards the side. It looks like Ronnie's going to be the first player to try to go and gather some information to figure out exactly where these teams and players are going to be located. Most likely going to be a team over towards the right-hand side in that high ground in the building as they're trying to get this drone. But once you shoot that drone, that's also going to give away your position. And when you're over towards the bottom, you cannot afford to. This is one of the most vulnerable spots right here. So they have to try to get out of this rotation. And as soon as they're able to get to this little area, that's going to be much more safe. So nice job, Dusty Peeler, for not even having to use any resources throughout all that. No portal, no bubble, no defensive bombardment to go get a free rotation, waiting for those teams and players to kind of leave them alone as Applejacks has locked down this choke. And once we find out where maybe zone 3 is, we could find out if it's going to end exactly where a lot of these players may predict it, right? In this popular spot where these blue containers and those 3 crates are. We've seen that time and time again. Could be pulling a lot more towards the fragment side too as the zones do continue to pull up there, but we'll see what happens on the next ring.
Yeah, we see that there's still a number of teams to the south there, and so Applejacks can definitely play for a lot of kill points. Also, they might be considering, yeah, like you said, it might be the blue bin endings as Bird from Team Rice Krispies taking a lot of damage here. No, they do not have Casper this week. It's actually Mollis filling in for them for the time being. Mollis hitting for that purple on the Gibraltar. And he's getting ever closer to a purple of his own, 224 damage away. He's got the hemlock. He can definitely do it with that, but he gets tagged from the east and gets to back off. It looked like it was a triple take that hit him there, as the scans do come out to keep the teams at bay for now. But of course, this is just Fragment East. It's going to be a lot of teams just posturing and trying to poke away at each other.
Exactly. If you end up going all in, it's going to have to be with a portal. It's going to have to be, something absolutely clean. And as a third party, you wouldn't want to be the first team to initiate here, as a couple of cells and resources are going to be tossed back and forth. Sunny most likely going to pop that Phoenix kit that was on the ground as he does. But nothing major going to happen here anytime soon. All these teams would be crazy if they were to go to take a fight. Scan coming out from Wallace. It's the only 3 players they're necessarily worried about. But this building is fairly easy to hold. The only thing that you have to worry about is that balcony that Wallace is looking at, because that's most likely where the third party would come from, is from an area that's going to be higher from you, and they're going to go and try to place a portal right there onto your balcony and then kind of push you into that other team. Now, Rockstar still hasn't left Lava City, and you can tell that's exactly what their plan was in the previous game too, is this team is looking very, very weak, rotating on zone number 1, still holding the edge. I think they should be able to get them and finish off a couple of kills here. There's Pickett. He's going to find one.
Yeah, I believe this is one of the spots that they were able to wipe in game number 1 as well. Oprah going down now. Aves will be the next one followed up. And yep, it is Oprah all getting cleaned up. Like we said, Team Rockstar are in no hurry whatsoever to rotate for this zone. They can take their time. They have really found comfort in much slower rotation than I think most teams are used to at this point. And so they'll pick up some cursory loot, additional loot, essentially. And so their economy is looking fantastic. They should have a lot of heals to work with, as they didn't take much damage in either of the 2 fights that they've won so far.
And what's key about this composition, when you think about it, there's no reason to play in the middle of the zone, because what you're looking for is a fight just like this, where you could go and third party it with the Wombo combo. And it would be so clean if you're able to do it, as the EMP is going to come in for Chug Gunna. As you can see, Goop is on Pathfinder. Not sure if Team Cheez-It is sticking with that as well. They did have some initial damage coming through, but Goop is just having to dodge grenades, shots left and right. Clinical's being able to get the knock on to Casellos. This is going to be Team Pringles. Great shots there from Stink with the Massive. Not able to connect. Now it's just up to hundreds with the Wingman. Is going to hit for 47 white. Has to switch on over to that R301. Good damage there. May need to heal throughout all this too. You can see the battery is going to be popped. It's going to be a one-on-one situation. Mike is going to be able to get the finish and the armor swap. But while that happened, Hundreds takes a smart angle through there in the window to get the finish to the teammates. Couldn't ping where that's going to be. Mike Lab is full health, so this is going to be around a 110 to about a 185 battle. Mike Lab does take out the Kraber, though. Could have been a little bit of a mistake, as it did have to reload, and he does dip out with the portal, which means the possible opportunities coming through for hundreds to get the finish onto Clinical and then figure out if he's able to get a res in the back.
Yeah, if they do it fast enough here, but Gibraltar has taken the board himself, getting chased down now. Mike Lab had to swap off onto a white Evo shield, and has since been cracked. His team Intel looking to finish this fight off, as it looks like Clinical goes down. So Team Intel will pick all of this up, and if they want, they can start bearing over armors to a decent spot to play off of if they want to. It looks like Team Rockstar have gotten themselves into another fight as well. No, boy, that's Bambino going down. We saw, I believe, Nestle Pure Life getting stuck over at Sorting Factory. And, you know, that might be exactly where the team fight is taking place. Mike Lav ultimately does get cleaned up by Hill, as Rockstar made their way into Geyser. So a lot of teams starting to funnel in over here, and Rockstar might actually run into Team Intel.
Rakanishu gets the other knock again onto Bambino. Shots coming in through Pickett. He's going to find Dracos. Finish coming in for Rakanishu. He's not going to be able to actually get that kill quite yet, as that's a nice, annoying blue arm shield there coming in for Dracos. Good job buying some time for his teammates. Most likely E-Boy Ronnie going to try to dip out of there if possible. Not quite sure if he got knocked, but finish going in, as he is the only player alive now. And very, very impressive stuff coming in from Team Rockstar, as the portal is going to be hit. They're trying to cover this choke area and make their way back towards a priority spot where they can go and rotate. It's so hard to get up this hill if there is a team over here, and that's exactly the thought process for Aves. He's doing whatever he can just to lay down as much damage as possible on those players over towards that portal, and the rest of his team is going to take the portal, which means they are no longer a gate cap over towards this tough area. So really nice job, because once you get into Geyser, you only have about 2 or 3 ways that you can get out of that one, and all of them are uphill.
Yeah, right now I believe they have Applejacks to their west. They have Intel to their east, playing over by the tunnels right now. You can see the drone being set up, and he's got that information for themselves. It looked like Clayton wanted to try to get aggressive. The port was set up for themselves, but they really do have to keep their backs cleared currently. With 2 minutes to go, controlling this choke is going to be massively important. They haven't picked up too many any kill points so far, and so they need to find something here in the mid game to really, of course, have a very strong showing in game number 2 here. So Applejacks, they understood the situation that they were in. They didn't want to play out of Fragment East, where there's very low chances of picking up kill points. They're playing this choke for now, and this is what they've been waiting for. So they need to capitalize on gatekeeping this position.
Exactly right. That means that Lion's most likely going to have to move some of his barrels that you could see that are over towards that north side, start picking them up and tossing them more over towards the southwest, where the rest of these players are going to have to make their way out of the ring. But here's what we were talking about with Team Rockstar. Now they've gone and gate-kept Seamus by making their way up this hill early. This little sliver is going to be in, and it's so tough for Seamus to go and make their play. That's why that portal from Aves was just so heads up and so smart. Meanwhile, Zeratrick is going to get a knock on returns. We should finish this fight here, because with 1 minute left, there's really not many more ways that you could rotate here.
And it was Seamus that took the win in game number 1. If Rockstar can put a stop to them here, they'll easily be able to swoop in for that position. They've done a lot of damage, forced out the Wraith Q, and now Rakanishu is on the hunt. They've got the high ground, and they're looking down at them currently here as the scan does come out. There's an opportunity for this squad to just rotate west, but that'll be west into the waiting maws of Team Applejacks for now. Rockstar, they don't want to give up their position, and so they're not going to get overly aggressive as defensive bombardment does come down onto them. Rakanishu caught out by himself, and Matt Pickett, of course, he's got that cue to get away from this for now, but it looks like Rockstar will be able to survive that, and it looked like it was more of an opportunistic defensive bombardment that came down on top of them. The port's going to be used as well by Aves to get Rakanishu right back up, and that's some team play coming out from Team Rockstar.
It is. You don't necessarily need the portal because Pickett's over there, and again, we're just chilling casting, so it's a lot easier when the game's slowed down when you're inside of it. But this is, again, Applejacks towards their side of the choke. Keep in mind, there's going to be another team behind this team. 6 squads in the vicinity. You saw as that EMP was going to be popped, E-Boy Ronnie finds one onto Sunny, but you see Lion take so much damage. Great spray there from Clayton with the 1 clip, 204 clean without even having a mag on that bolt. Lion doesn't have a full med kit, so he's just going to pop a couple of syringes. But here's the closing of the ring, and this is going to tick hard, Jamerson. They're barely in right here, so all these teams are going to eat serious damage.
Yeah, they forced the bubble out as well. 2 brains, 1 controller in the fight over here at Fragment East, though, as Bowser has gone down. Noct will be able to finish this one off. We'll see if they can get the res in time. But like you said, this zone starts ticking fast, and nades are coming in heavy as Noct will go down. Bowser falls as well, and it's all up to Tech to try and rat this one out in the top 10, in the top 9, but he gets finished off. 2 brains, 1 controller. It's always about being able to take the absolute clean fight, but now Rice Krispies are getting pushed as Mollis has gone down. The port has already been used, though, by Study to bring his teammate in. Bird should be throwing down a barrel to keep the teleport safe, and they will be able to recover. So it looks like it will be one of those classic Fragment East endings here. Cheez-Its are over at No Name currently fighting, as it looks like Mask, his armor is cracked. They're trying to push up onto the high ground here. It's becoming a little bit difficult as Strictly has now been forced to pop that bat currently. They're getting fired from all sides. Intel's team will come in to get the knock onto Hambino. The bubble res should be coming out for Mask very shortly, but no, someone's pushing in from the stairs now, and it's going to be 2 separate squads, or maybe it was team that just dropped down onto them. He's going to back away as the defensive bombardment is going to be used. Hill was popping an ultimate excel of his own, so he'll have it in just a moment, but it looks like Intel will back away for now and just wait for a cleaner fight.
Just missing that player in front of him with the Kraber too. 145 onto the Gibraltar there. Hambino is still down. Armor's being dropped, and I wonder if they realize that this is an opportunity for them to actually get Hambino. One person can just go and hit the res in the corner while the other person watches. There's the bubble. Defensive bombardment still in the hands too, so they could really zone out Intel for the third party throughout all of this, but Intel is playing this perfectly. Team not getting over aggressive, using grenades, waiting for that bubble to disappear, and then he's going to rip that shot. Wingman Kraber, ridiculous combo coming through, as that is Surf lifts a lot. 2 players down now for Team Cheez-It, and still the portal there to be used for Teen if he wants it.
Yeah, but he doesn't see the trades quite yet. They know, they have the information of who's involved in this fight for now. Looks like it's going to be more about positioning for themselves currently as Team Rockstar are getting into a fight. They've already gotten a knock on Tukubsky and Mollis. It looks like it might be 2 separate third parties coming in as well, as Team Cheez-It will finally get finished off there. And so now with the ring closing in, they've got the they've got the defensive bombardment to use. Those Team Rockstar that made their way into Frag East. They need to reset, though. A lot of armor's hurt, and they need to heal as well. Aves, his white health needs to be healed back up, and Rakinishu's going to buy him the time with the barrels for himself, going for the peak, trying to get the thirst, and that last player behind that, Dupe and Kupski, getting cleaned up there. So Rockstar really continuing off the momentum from game number 1.
This is the best teamwork I've seen from Rockstar in a very long time, and it's also back-to-back games. Rakinishu's been the kill leader. They're playing this the way that you should. We're seeing what it's like when you're stuck inside Fragment and you're not able to pick up kills. You really got to pick up those placement points. But if you're able to run around, get third parties, also run into some of these open teams that are a little bit split up and also not as strong in terms of armor, etc., you're going to be able to have a big game. Rockstar really putting together another strong one. Here is Lion. Every time he tries to toss out a bubble, a barrel, one of his teammates end up running directly into it. Tough rotation coming in here as Kenny's going to have to heal. He's able to get that med kit off. The great thing right now for Lion is he does have his Nox grenade if he wants to go and use it on this team in front of him. Clan's going to put a ping down. They're in underneath the bridge barely, so I think they could hold this if they wanted to, but so much of their front is exposed, and that's exactly what Lion's thinking. He's wondering, can we hold this right in between this little crease and this rock? I think they should. This seems like the best play. Lion should start tossing down barrels. They could zone out the teams, especially if they can get up onto the train track into that little cart on top. They're going to be in a really great spot.
Yeah, the difficulty is they have another caustic team that was shooting at them from the north. That's Team Rockstar, as holding at the building that they are actually safe in. It looks like a sliver of that building is in. They don't really want to contest this. We have 6 squads remaining, 15 players left, and here we go. Looks like they're covering a court for now. Got into a small engagement there, did Team Rockstar. So Matt Pickett will hold it, but they should be able to have this building for themselves, especially going into the most crucial final circle of the game.
And of course, it's Team Intel locking it down over here, playing this perfectly on the edge. Huge play for them if they're going to be able to stay in here safely without getting a ton of grenades. But one team that could really put a damper into them would be a Wombo combo with a Caustic. So they have to just maybe consider popping Tempest's Beast of the Hunt a little bit early in this fight, as this one's going to close with a minute and 20 seconds, still a minute and 30 on that ring closing. We're about 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. One team over towards the side, one team underneath the train cart, one team in, and then another team outside too. So 2 teams outside, 2 teams kind of inside here. And we saw what this was like before. You don't really want to be the first team to go in, but instead of it being just an all-out mosh pit, it's going to be kind of slow, methodical fighting until one team makes an advantage on the other.
Yeah, it's about the kind of cover that you really have to work off with right now. It looks like Applejacks do have, I would say, like the slower side of the ring for themselves here, because they do have some small ledges to work off of, some headshot angles to really try to utilize here at this point. Barrels are getting popped, but with another 30 seconds to go, Lions should be able to recharge some right now. Applejacks, they've got a team to their east, to their west, and of course to their north right now. Basically every cardinal direction taken up by one squad remaining here. Port coming out from a Rockstar. We'll see exactly where they set this one up, as it looks like right now it's just Applejacks biding their time. Again, they can play this a lot more slow, as they do have, it looks like, arguably some of the most cover to work with currently.
Yeah, I wish Kenny would hop in his drone here. Again, we're able to see where everyone's located, but when you see just from Applejacks' screen, if tons of pings were going down, and if you just have one person watch your left, one person watch your right, Kenny's going to be able to make some big plays. But now you're going to get aggressive on to the side. It's going to be Rockstar getting aggressive on Applejacks. They're using the resources before Applejacks is able to do so. Kenny takes a lot of damage. Lions taking a lot of damage as well, and they're just clearing him out for free over towards the side. Klein is the last one alive. Intel's kind of afraid to go and push in because there are so many squads alive. Another team's going to make their way over towards the bottom. That's a great defensive bombardment there for Hill. That should connect a decent amount. Rakinishi's going to pick up a lot of kills. While that's happening, the rotation coming in from behind. Hill goes down. That's great for Team Rockstar over towards the side. And I believe that's Secret Formula underneath the bridge.
Yeah, and he wasn't able to get the bubble down. Aves did fall for Rockstar, so the numbers advantage is there. Rakinishu now backing all the way up here. Does need to heal up, pops that bat for now. We'll find out in just a moment if Intel were able to finally recover and get Hill back up. It looks like they were. The Gibraltar is there, so it's a 3v3v2 here as Team Intel. They've got the high ground, circle slowly closing in, getting rid of a lot of the cover for these squads, except for Team Intel, who have so much to work with. Matt Pickett's going to take to the skies for now, and that's going to be Hill throwing down the bubble for his squad to reset. Matt Pickett now dropped down to about 10 HP. Rakanish is going to try his best. He goes into the full 3-man of Team Intel, and it looks like Oi Senpai have picked up 2 kills. Can Rakinishu secure second place for them? No, he goes down in third, as it looks like Intel will take second, and Secret Formula will take the win in game number 2.
Yeah, that's because the fact that they played that so patiently underneath the bridge there. Even when they get the knock onto Hill, they leave it. Team Rockstar goes, gets aggressive with their 2-man. What a job by, again, all the teams playing that methodically, but it was Secret Formula, just the patience and also just taking advantage of it perfectly at the right time and the right opportunity. All 3 players there alive was the most impressive thing from Secret Formula.
Yeah, congratulations, Secret Formula, on an excellent win there in game number 2. We're going to go ahead and take a short break. When we get back, we'll have game number 3 of Series E. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
The first time I had Applejacks, I was a young lion. I was about 5 or 6 years old, and my mind was blown. Definitely one of my favorite cereals I've ever had. It is my go-to cereal. I could eat this stuff for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Welcome back, guys, to Series E as we are getting ready to head into game number 3 of the evening. But before we do that, let's go ahead and take a look at the leaderboards here. As we had Team Rockstar taking out Shame Assist early on, and that is why Team Rockstar now have taken the lead. Another frag-filled game for them, now putting them in first place with 44 points. Tom.
Yeah, they're really putting it together. I wonder if teams are going to start figuring out what's going on with the third parties possibly happening early. Lava City, they did get contested in game number 2, so there could be opportunities for teams to shut them down in game number 3. That's something that Rockstar is going to have to be aware of. They're going to have to clean up that fight if it's there, and if so, watch out for that team over towards Dome. That could even give them more kill points so they can continue to steamroll even more loot overall. Been really impressed with just the way that they've been able to wombo combo. Rakinishi's been the kill leader numerous times here. And like you said, they took out Shame Assist early. Probably the most impressive play was their geyser rotation into the portal up the hill way before anyone even considered that they were going to go up there and gatekeep. Applejacks came over towards the side to try to go and kind of contest some, bully him back down. But it was just a small portal play from Aves that really made a big difference in the game for Rockstar.
Yeah, and one thing I do really want to note about that game was ultimately it ended on the train tracks to the east of Fragment East, right? But the three of the 4 teams that found themselves in that late game were the 3 teams that were playing the choke. The tunnel choke, that was Intel, Rockstar, that was playing the middle choke, and then Applejacks, that were playing the western choke. And so we're seeing why these positions can be absolutely strong, and how if you can whittle down the field enough, you have the rotate in. Once again, on board with Team Rockstar, currently our Series E leader here tonight with 44 points after 2 games. That's absolutely insane, Tom, by the way. 22 points per game.
I'm not sure what's happening with Rakinishu there. Maybe he's, yeah, nice job. There we go. Let's switch it up. But yeah, a lot of points, 22 overall. Abe's going to find a Mastiff, purple armor. Great start there. When you talk about loot, most likely going to go and grab an R301 or an R9 too, and he's going to be rocking and rolling. But Pickett has been impressive on this horizon. I think that everybody's really playing the role overall fairly well. Again, we've seen a lot of triple take action coming in from Pickett, especially when he's going to go and pop the Q for Horizon. That makes a pretty big difference. Rakinishu's back, though. Maybe just had a little bit of a phone call or something throughout all of that, and he's going to be able to loot up. Fortunately, not contested over here, and everything's going to be nice and easy.
Yeah, and we've seen the threat that the gravity lift can be. 2 end games in a row now, where Rockstar they'll throw down the gravity lift, and instantly a team will throw down their Gibraltar bubble because they have to worry about that high angle. And Rockstar have really put the fear of Horizon into other squads. It seems like it's only really been about a week since we've seen her being utilized in competitive Apex, but it has been a real treat to watch so far. Rockstar, though, even though Rakinishu kind of joined the game a little bit late there, that's kind of been their MO. Slower rotating, they take their time, and they'll have another opportunity to do it once again. But it's Chug Gunnas in a fight once again over here by Geyser currently. But it looks like they were able to finish that one off. Will the third party come in? We'll find out in just a moment. It's Team Intel getting into the fight over at Sorting Factory, though, but they win that out against Wicked, Synced, and Turns.
I'm not sure if that's a team that's been contesting or if that's a team that lands over towards Harvester and makes a super fast rotation. It's tough to say based on the game clock what we exactly saw, but now we see Leslie Pure Life with a very, very fast rotate. They're basically on top of the train tracks where that res beacon is, and we've seen them over here in the first game. This is where they went against that fence area. They got taken out by Team Rockstar, and now they're going to have to worry about a third party. So they lay down a couple of shots and they back off. They know Intel is in the vicinity over towards Sorting, and they're going to have to figure out exactly how they're going to rotate through. So now Ping's going down through the train tunnel. That's going to be a safe rotation. We know Intel's probably still looting those boxes in the back and probably is just on that roof, maybe spying them out at this point. But the fact that no one's fighting, you don't even want to take the shots, don't want to give away any position. Now Pop-Tart's going to make a rotation over through Epicenter side, but most likely that's going to be Team Cheez It in front of them.
Yeah, Farmer Lucas just ADing there and not taking any damage. Not worried about this threat whatsoever. Charge rifle on the other side. It's a triple take. Forcer lifts a lot. Lucas did take some damage. Will now finally have to heal this one up. But it looks like neither side really wanting to hard commit at this point. Fat Fruit Ninja will hold the flank for now, as it looks like, yep, it is Cheez It up top, strictly being able to really utilize the mobility of that Pathfinder. Might have heard him, someone behind him. Never mind. Oh, he drops down to the low. He has to be careful. Again, though, it is Pathfinder. He's going to have his Q to work with, but he's been cracked. He's a little bit out of position, but Mast is dropping down as well. Here comes the EMP. This Cheez It not really caught up in it. It was only Mast that got caught into it now. And there we go. Going for the peak hits for the heady. And oh my goodness, Fat Fruit Ninja was not expecting the violence, the speed, the momentum as he gets taken out there. Strictly and company will be able to finish off Fat Fruit Ninja and Cohen. Wow, there was almost no resistance. Here's Flashpoint, though, to try and come in for the third party. But it looks like they're a little bit too late for it.
No resistance, aka they just got mauled. There was no chance of winning that fight when Strictly comes through and hits those type of shots. 72, 38, 38. I think he went maybe 5 for 7 overall with those wingman shots. Ridiculous plays coming through as Rockstar now is putting down some pings, which means there's a team in the area. Could it be the same team from before, Jamerson, with another rotation over here towards this Lava City side? And if that's the case, Rockstar really has their number. And again, they're not in any rush. They have the zone here. They're just going to continue to hit this replicator and figure out exactly what they need to go and get as strong as possible for the rest of this game. Miss Pringles has the rotation, has the scan for us, and it looks like it's continuing to pull towards Lava. So that's why Team Rockstar is staying here, and they have about 4 teams in the area.
Yeah, so you got Applejacks, you got Pringles, you got Rockstar here. You also have the team taking the building to the northeast of Lava City as well. And we got to see Rockstar play off this position before with the replicators as well. And so they are quite familiar with this. I'm not sure if they were running the Horizon then, but it does definitely add an interesting dimension to how they can take a lot of these team fights right now. Kenny, though, getting ready with the EMP, tosses down his armor as well, using that. But they get hit by a counter EMP, it looks like. And so things will just slow down once again. It is Team Yacht Vex, along with Rondon and Bark, are holding down the choke to the north of Lava City right now, as it's hard to tell if there's a beacon up here. Doesn't look like it, but if there is, they can utilize that for themselves, or also just play this choke, as they're worried that they might have to contest with another team to their east right now.
This is fun. I believe this is one of our EU teams coming through too, and if that's the case, welcome on this Caustic Crypto Wraith Calm. And I'm really curious what part of Lava City this one's going to end on. You have about 5 or 6 endings over towards Lava City. You have one that's in the actual city, one that's kind of over towards the train side, and then you have these unorthodox endings kind of over by the dome, over by the blue trailer over there. That 3-story building is a good spot too. So this choke is going to have a lot of action because you're going to have teams coming out of Geyser. You're going to have teams kind of filtering up from the bottom of Lava City too. And then you're going to have these 2 teams coexisting right next to each other.
Now, so the crypto drone says no teams in sight, but that is a lie, as Rondon can spot one out through that window. And so they do have a team to their east right now. It's going to be a standstill currently, but hey, Rockstar, they've gotten a knock onto one. That's Shogun going down, as it looks like it was possibly a rotate coming through. Yeah, you can see the port coming out, looks like from the vault tunnel there, and so they'll pick up that early kill points. But with the zone ending here early, they're not going to have like the highest of chances of getting that 22-point game that they've been able to do across the 2 so far. But if they can make it to the late game, definitely. So it's all about surviving for as long as possible for them now, as they are sitting pretty. They still have those 2 purples along with the blue on Matt Pickett, but you have to imagine he does have a sniper in his hands, and he's going to be working towards trying to get that up to a purple as quickly as possible. Rakinishu getting some great damage off, flicking around, and he's trying to finish off basically what they started here. But it looks like that team might have recovered the banner of Shogun, who had gone down just outside of that building.
That's why this building is the OP one, like we were talking about the replicator, but the ability to have the high ground on everybody, and then also the ability to be able to look at this choke area where a lot of teams are going to be filtering out. You can see all of that dome over towards your southeast side. You're also seeing an aggressive play coming in for Team Rockstar where they have both of these roofs, so they know that they have the numbers, and they're not taking any chances with this team over towards the side as a duo. They're coming through, they're clearing it out, they're picking up their kill points, and really showcasing how to play this over towards the Lava City side. So very heads up. And when you're playing this without a recon character, if all of a sudden 2 or 3 cryptos start rolling in, a bloodhound comes through, every building starts being taken, it's going to come over towards the Lava City side. So heads up there from Team Rockstar, never pushing from their area and just making sure that they're understanding where the zones move even without a recon character. As Pop-Tarts looting up over here, again, holding this important building where they're going to gatekeep all these teams outside the Geyser area. But again, got to be careful of these teams that are right next to you, because 2 or 3 teams could be ready for a collapse on the third party. One team over here towards the side, and these teams, that nice shots that are coming in from Sunny, but you have also the blue truck where area a team could go and rotate from this 3rd-story building. So you have to be careful, and that's why you see Team Pop-Tarts is really not pushing too far from outside.
Yeah, it looks like Blight was caught outside while he was trying to go for that loot. EMP being used not too far away as well, just over at the other building. As it looks like they're just trying to slow things down, Thex and Rondon and them currently. As they do have a team trying to push in from Geyser currently. But for now, again, it's all about just poking away, holding the position. 2 squads to their west, as that fight is still continuing. You see that caustic gas is still billowing away currently. Applejacks, though, it looks like they were able to get a team fight win over here in Lava City proper right now, trying to gatekeep teams that were trying to go for a wide wrap on the south side currently. But it looks like one team was able to make it over to the building to their east right now. Is Clane for that arm shield. Not exactly what you want to see, but Lion took a lot of damage, has to back away, pops that bat. Yeah, Applejacks, again, they should be able to find themselves into the late game now, as they are one of the, I guess, converts onto that crypto caustic life.
And they should be. It's smart to go and try to improve while you have the opportunity with this team composition. And the one thing that I'm seeing from them is just a little bit slow with the portals, a little bit too aggressive. But in terms of slow, I mean, they're just not putting themselves in the good positions. But Hakulo getting into it with Senpai over here towards the side takes a lot of damage. They are going to be finishing off Secret Formula. Nice shots there coming in, and good support from Zerachik. They're going to be able to get Muffins back up, hopefully. But no, another team flying in. Aggressive play comes in Great shots coming in from Hakulo again. Still has this gold armor. Another player's going to run behind him. It doesn't see him. However, the bubble play just wasn't strong enough. They held it down for quite some time. But that is TPN coming through with a great third party.
Yeah, the scan's going to be used by Talus as well to make sure that their back is cleared. Really unfortunate there. As, you know, they had a pretty decent team fight win, but they had to pull off that res, unfortunately. Right now, we are down to 11 squads, full squads at that as well. Gold helmet should be going on over to either Sponge or to Talus there. As right now, Rice Krispies, it looks like they were the teams that were trying to push our EU representatives, and now they're getting punished for it. Sunny Hero picking up the kill on, or the knock onto Bird at the very least, and he's burning down to a thermite, as we do have that Nox gas grenade ready to go for Team Rice Krispies, now playing a man down. If they can get out of this position, Stunny, he's got his port in about 4 or 5 more seconds. He can try to get them out of here and go for a res way out of the circle, but you know, to play as a 3-man could be worth at this point. We'll see exactly what they decide to do here.
Yeah, it's tough now that you lose out on the information with the scan, but I've been impressed with Sonny and his ability to go and pull off miraculous plays. We'll see what he's going to be able to do. Again, you have to really worry about all these teams that are going to come out from Sorting Factory. We haven't even seen that quite yet. Maybe because there's so many squads that have already been taken down, but that's a great thermite over towards the door. Rondon's going to fly through. Now it's up to Sung, who's already sitting super weak. Nice job trying to get this armor swap through. It's only a half armor, though, and he's not going to be able to fully heal quite yet. Nice med kit going to be popped. Actually, a full Phoenix over here. And he does have a little bit of this barrel to shoot if he wanted to, but he's hoping that the other players are going to be able to do that. Stunny crawling over towards the corner now. Sung will most likely, toss another barrel and doesn't shoot it. Instead, just going to stick the res.
Yeah, luckily for Rice Krispies, Pop-Tarts, who are just to their east, actually got involved in the fight and was able to get a knock onto Vex and actually finished him off. And so they are down to a duo as well as Rice Krispies. They're going to try their best to stabilize here. They still have some time, quite possibly, to try and go for the res, but the zone is closing, and now that window is almost gone. I don't know if the mobile respawn beacon is available in the replicator, but that could be a play if they do have that. 30 credits on the Caustic. Don't know how many Stunny has, but there's some options here. We'll see. We do have a better look at the ring, though, as we, again, are down to 11 squads, 31 players remaining right now. It's going to be ending at that small eggshell on the north side of Lava City here. And Team Pringles have position over right now. We'll see if they try to make a port play. I believe there were pings down earlier from other squads, so a squad might already be playing inside of the eggshell.
Eggshell's a great spot to be. We were wondering where that was going to pull to, and that was one of the spots that we mentioned. If that's the case, there are so many different spots to go and play here, but it's about going there late. You can't really go and lock it down unless you're going to play Caustic directly inside the middle. And we'll see who actually did make a rotation over there, like you were saying. But this is the fight we've been waiting for a while now. Pop-Tarts backing off over towards the side. Rice Krispies, okay, excuse me. Not Pop-Tarts. Part of Pop-Tarts, but not fully Pop-Tarts. Pop-Tarts with their full squad.
We got 4 players in front of them in this building, right? We have 2 up top, 2 below as well. So it looks like Rice Krispies were never able to make it out. The port finally being used there by Stunny, but they haven't full committed onto it quite yet. And he's just going to go out the window, or out the door. Excuse me. Surprised that he's not going through as he's getting pushed now. He does have another Nox gas grenade ready to go. He's going to have to use that for now just to slow things down and find a moment to try and heal up. They're peeking through the window, popping at him every chance that they get. But the Nox gas grenade, again, just being utilized defensively. We'll see how much longer they can survive. For now, barely surviving with the sliver of HP. Stunny not even healing up his armor quite yet as well. On board with NPL, who are on the east side of the zone. They've got intel. The pings are going down right ahead of them on the train tracks for now. We'll see how they can play this one out. Dracos will have that port up in time for them. We see a defensive bombardment going all the way across on the western edge. There's 2 brains, 1 controller going down in the tunnels. TPM
we're seeing flashes, sparks of brilliance coming out from them in some of these team fights, especially the caliber of team fights that they've been able to take. So we shouldn't be surprised when they win. But again, this is a team that almost came out of nowhere really in the last 2-3 weeks for us and have been impressing.
Definitely, the fact that they didn't drop a player there means they're not going to be able to get third partied. They're going to reset very quickly, but this is a tough rotation to go through. Yeah, watch your back, great scan there. But now you have to figure out what's going to happen as you only have this little sliver of the cave-in. So do you even show a presence here, all crouch, or do you try to make some sort of play to get a little bit more further into the zone? Team Cheez-It is starting to make their way up just a little bit. You're going to see Sung go down over there to our EU team, but Cheez-It is ready to go in third party here. They're going to try to, again, go very, very late, Jamerson. They're trying to make it to that eggshell, but they can't go to the eggshell with all these other teams towards their left, so they have to continue to play the edge of the zone here.
Yeah, Mask holding onto his bubble for now as he does have the zone slowly closing in on him. The bubble on the other side has been used by our EU representatives, but it looks like they're getting cleaned up now as Blight and them were able to come in a little bit later, pick that one up. Age versus hundreds, Rockstar versus Pringles currently. As nice shots coming out from Strictly once again. This wingman carrying through right now through this game. The defensive bombardment has been used. Another knock there. Bubble is going to be used by Mass as they want to convert onto these kills, and they will be able to pick that one up as E-Boy Ronnie gets that final kill onto Blight now. NPL were able to make their way on in, avoiding the fight on the train tracks, and good shots coming out from Ronnie, connecting with the Kraber once again. Bambino, Dracos, and Ronnie are ready to push forward now, but they have taken some damage. Here comes the defensive bombardment. We'll see if there are any connects. Again, being slowed down though, as Bambino has to pop that bat. Armor swap for Dracos here as he peeks on over through the box. He's got the bolts, and he hits on to that knock shield. Wants to confirm on that. He will be able to. So it's going to be a 3v2 fight in favor of NPL currently. They've got 30 seconds left to go. Don't know if they've cleared out Eggshell to make sure that they can actually go in and fight there. But they are pretty committed onto this for now. E-Boy Ronnie, though, with that Kraber, doing an excellent job with that Gibraltar and the arm shield, really utilizing that to its maximum extent. And, of course, he's got the Mastiff to back it up eventually when they go into the late game. Never mind, no, he's got the Hemlock.
Does he? Can't really tell. Bambino has the Hemlock. He's going to be laying down some shots across the map. Could have been a little spectator glitch there since we're switching so fast, but it has been impressive so far from E-Boy Ronnie. These shots have been great. Misses on that one, but they do want to really focus these players because the less they have to worry about on the rotation, the easier it is for them to make their move. They could get absolutely crazy and take that blue, but it's too late. Instead, they're going to go and try to make this rotation over towards the right-hand side. They see where that zip line is going to be. Most likely, that team is using that as bait, but they went and maybe took it up there. Saw the ping too, so nice job by that team getting up there before anyone from Nested Pure Life saw them, but they still weaseled their way in. Intel's going to get a knock on the Lion. Rakinishu is going to be taken out over there for the defensive bombardment. Pickett's going to fall. A lot of players falling left and right. Rakinishu picked up one. That's the rest of Rockstar going to go down, but it looks like Team Intel and Cheez-It involved in one more squad.
Yeah. Right now, as we can see, Cheez-It, because they're one of the few teams still running the Pathfinder. This is the strength of Pathfinder, especially in the late game. You have maneuvers like this, being able to play on top of the mini dome, as Mass is forced to use that bubble. You have to remember, though, the bubble is not a complete sphere. It is only a half sphere. As you can see, the bullets are riddling through from below, but it provides just another cover for them to try to get the reset now, but Mass will ultimately go down. We might just have a clean 2v2 fight here in the end game. NPL possibly versus Team Intel now, but Strictly is staying alive. Oh boy, this is so rough to watch because he's just getting peppered from every angle and he will fall down. So it's gonna be NPL versus Intel in the final fight of the game.
Heads up play from Bambino to go directly into his drone. He's going to pop the EMP. That's going to get that bubble out of there. The res was going to be hit. Hill is going to go down first. Clean fight coming in for NPL. I'm not sure if Tempest can pull this out 3 versus 1.
Great finish by NPL. Like you said, just expert heads up play, calling it. He's got the EMP, getting rid of that bubble, and Intel were not ready for it whatsoever. Instantly pushed upon, and NPL take the win in game number 3. And Rockstar, I believe, went down in game number 4. They were our leaders heading into this one, and they made it up to 4th place. So they're still going to be able to maintain that impressively enough. We'll find out, though, exactly by how much they still have 1st place. We're going to go ahead and tally up the leaderboards, and when we get back, we'll be able to update you on that. So we're going to take a short break, and when we get back, it'll be game number 4 of Series E.
Yo, I'm porting on this. Take it. 2 on me. 100, 120. Down. 1 more. 1 shot. Let's go, baby. Hey everyone, my name's Clay and I play Apex Legends for Applejack's Jumbo Snacks, and you're watching Series E.
Hey, shake it, kiddo.
Love Dad. Ooh.
I've got this. Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
Welcome back, guys, to Series E. We have one more game before halftime hits. Game number 4 is just on the horizon here, and we do have to talk about that. We're seeing some horizon being pulled out in these games so far, and Rockstar have been performing exceptionally well with it. So let's go ahead and take a look at the Mobile One leaderboard to see if they have maintained their position. They are still in first place with 55 points, Tom.
I think the most surprising thing is a team like Team Razor, who is known for dominating and kind of coming through like Team Rockstar is right now with a very similar play style, is sitting in 7th place right now. Keep in mind that they set the record overall with 4 wins after halftime, and it was absolutely insane. But it has been Horizon. It has been Pickett coming through, doing very well. Abe's been on the Wraith, doing a very, very nice job with portals and just kind of playing aggressive. And then Rakanishu has been probably the most aggressive player out of everybody on his team. And why not? If Costa can come through and play confident, then you should be feeling good. But again, you have to look out for these other teams. We're still not even to the halfway point yet. Seamus has been playing great. Intel's sneaking up there. NPL has been doing pretty well too, especially since they've had a couple of games where they got taken out a little bit early. But now we see Applejacks and a couple of different squads locking down this fragment circle, which was a lot of fun to watch.
I love this play that came out from, I believe it was Rockstar taking this fight. You have that black hole coming in, funneling from the backside, and then, of course, just the push out from behind Rakanishu. Understanding, of course, he's the Caustic. He sees that barrel, and he knows that he's the only one from his team that can actually push that as the Caustic. So he goes in, takes charge, and Applejacks get absolutely just demolished in this fight.
And it's because they didn't use their utility beforehand. It's just a matter of, are you going to really die without, tossing more barrels? Are you going to die without tossing your caustic gas, without hitting your EMP? Kenny should have been in his EMP a year ago throughout all of that. I was mentioning that while the broadcast was happening, how he needed to be in his EMP. Lai needs to watch his left-hand side. Clay needs to watch his right-hand side. And they're going to be in a much better position throughout all of that. But instead, they kind of turtled in, expected the other teams not to even do anything, and they got punished hard for that one. But Nestle Pure Life, the tree landing looks fairly safe. We know we've been seeing Lava City for Team Rockstar. Intel has been getting into fights towards the side with one of our open teams on that sorting area, but Ronnie looks like he's got some pretty good loot to start.
Yeah, he landed basically on that blue armor, and NPL are going to continue their looting path for now, as it looks like we have another southern circle. As you can see, the border right there on the south edge of Tree. Looks like this one might be going a little bit to their east. It could be Sorting Factory. We'll have to see exactly what the pull is like for the second zone. They do have, of course, that recon, the beacon that they can use for us, but take a look at the team. Here it is, Bambino. He went for the split over here on the western side, and he still hasn't picked up the beacon for us.
There's a triple take here.
Yeah, come on, Bambino. We want to know where the zone's going to be. Give us a break here. He's going to hit this scan fairly shortly. Most likely going to try to get inside so he doesn't take any type of damage. But now we see what's going on with Pop-Tarts. They've been very active over towards this side. Gold backpack going to be there for Sir Lift-A-Lot, which is going to be great. They also have another gold drone going to be flying in the air, as Fat Fruit Ninja is going to be able to shoot that one down very shortly and gets it perfectly on time. See if they're going to get rewarded with double golds here. It's just a digi threat and a gold wingman. That's nice.
I take that. I personally like the digi threat on it. I know not too many people like the digi threat on the wingman, but I personally love it. And it's so extremely useful, especially in the meta right now with so many caustics as well. The Fat Fruit Ninja is on the crypto, so the crypto works as almost a digi threat if he gets his drone out. But take a look at the rotation now. Pop-Tarts making their way over to Survey Camp to finish off the rest of their looting path. But they are going to have to go down south. It looks like the zone will be ending over by Dome. We've seen those endings quite frequently, but this is the third game now where we've had fairly southern zones so far tonight.
The Lou is looking really good right here, coming out from Team Pop-Tarts. 2x on that R301. They're going to be able to get Sir Lift-A-Lot, a gold backpack, and a Mastiff. So they literally have everything that they need to go and fight. But they have to start worrying because rotation could start coming through very shortly. There's one already behind them from the refinery area. Sir Lift-A-Lot's going to have to pop a battery. But you have to be careful. Team Razor Jamerson could be behind them right now on the train tracks, rotating through.
Over here.
Yeah, as you can see, the angle being held. Dapper Ninja doesn't have his drone out. He could at least be doing that. Pop the drone to watch the flank at the very least, just in case. Like you had mentioned, you have to use your utility. He's at 92% towards that EMP as well. So it looks like he's going to try and tuck himself in a little bit at a forward angle there to get be able to use that for now. Never mind. He's going to go ahead
Get in the
and
building, get in your
take back
drone.
to the roof.
Get in the building, get in your drone, hit the EMP. It's time, Fat Fruit Ninja. It's up. It's your time to shine. He doesn't even get into the building like a psycho. Instead, he's just going to go and pop this EMP immediately. Throws the drone underneath the building so his teammates can't even see exactly where they are. Come on with the EMPs. Give me a break.
Is this Sheamus versus NPL right now? As we do have some knocks coming out. I'm not entirely too sure who's on the other side of this fight. It is not. It's Synced and Turns and company here as they do go down, as Team Intel have lost out in Hill during their fight as well. Here comes the port from Teen Hill, barely surviving with a sliver of HP as he is currently knocked, and he does get finished off. It's Rockstar that are right there on top of him. Teen even has the balls to actually pick up the banner throughout all of that. Rockstar don't chase, though. They're already in the lead. 55 points here after 3 games, and they're not going to bite off more than they can chew. They know what this end zone is more than likely looking like. So I love the patience coming out from Rockstar right now. But it's Sheamus now looking like they have to stop another push, waiting for that EMP, throws down the bubble, and they're going to get the fast heals. And Sumo sticks his as he's able to get that Phoenix Kid off. Hemlock out now with the R99. They lose one. Castellas goes down as Pringles are trying to push forward. They do trade back. I don't know exactly how much HP is on the other side, but Stink, he doesn't have any armor. He will be able to Thirst Blight, get the armor swap, and now chase after this Wraith, as Hundreds is going to stick the res onto Castellos, and they will be able to finish off Sheamus's.
I love the confidence Stink is bringing into these small skirmishes here. He's also going to hit a smart portal immediately. Did pick up that armor swap, so he's completely healthy, while the rest of the team is going to go and heal. Meanwhile, Cheese over here in a very tough spot. They put themselves on the high ground over here towards Survey, trying to gatekeep, but they're pinched. There's a team over behind them over on the epicenter side. Red's going to come through. Hambina's going to have to pop a med kit. Strictly is 1 away from being able to get this to a purple Evo charge, and you're going to see a very nice bubble being placed. TMG getting into a fight over 2, picking up a couple of kills onto Team Pop Darts. So we know which teams are in the area, and it looks like Mast is going to get taken down. Again, TMG still over here towards the Survey side, looking for more blood on both of our partner teams. Or TPM,
yeah,
sorry.
TPM now charging forward as they do have the man advantage, and it looks like they have to give that one up. Strictly goes down, and TPM find the timing. They will be able to finish them off shortly here, as Strictly will get finished off. Talus will pick up that loot for themselves. We're already down to 16 squads now, and it's just the solo for Team Cheez-It that's still left alive. Vex versus Team Pringles, though, as Stink has gone down. NPL on the south side of the zone coming out, now making their way all the way through Dome, are holding a very popular position to hold this car along with the hillside in the high ground. So NPL, as you can see, E-Boy Ronnie making sure that he's holding the flank with the help of Bambino back there currently, as right now they're just making sure that they have this south side, because it can be extremely potent to be able to hold this hill.
TSM locks us down all the time. We've seen them do it before, and I think that's the same thing Nestle Pure Life has in mind here. Is it's really up to Ronnie to defend, because he's the only one with blue armor, so he's going to have to continue to show a presence more than anybody, because the last thing you want is someone like Bambino to take a lot of damage, then they push on you, you have to use your bubble, and then you're getting third partied, fourth partied, and it just wouldn't stop here. Nice shots onto the drone. They're going to finish that one off, but curious to see what's up with this team in front of them, because is that just one team, or is there another team over towards their left? Because if it is just one full team in here and another team to the left, you can't really go all in on this one. It looks like there is possibly a caustic in there. There is. So this is a tough push here for NPL. They're doing the right thing, trying to land some big grenade damage, and I love how Ronnie's lined it up perfectly so he can hit it, but only hitting for a little bit of blue. Now the portal's going to come through, and they're going to force that team into the dome side. That's what you wanted for NPL. Nice job from Ronnie. Unfortunately, cost him a couple of grenades.
better to use it than to lose it at this point. NPL understand that they need the dominant position here during this ring. For now, they'll be able to hit the beacon for us as well, basically on cooldown. Perfect. And that's why you can see hard pull to this edge. The zones have been basically kissing each other every single time here. And now that they've got control over this car, this is even more excellent for them as well. But right now, NPL, they still need to work on their armor situation. It's going to be a while before they can get their blues and their purples. Looks like Intel has the same idea. They're playing a position that was very popular to be played by TSM. They're in a little sticky situation. Team gets taken down. It's going to be Rockstar to be able to finish him off. And oh boy, they got Hill back into this game, but now it looks like Hill is the last one surviving as he gets full pushed on, almost got the knock onto one. It wasn't even Rockstar that ultimately ended up pushing them there at the end. Here it is, the port play coming up from A to try and get aggressive onto this. They do clear the drone for now, and it's enough to at least just force that team off the bodies. They'll be able to pick up additional loot. Rockstar are already sitting pretty with triple purples as well.
They're going to have to deal with numerous teams rotating all towards this back end, though. These buildings won't continue to be free, so that's why instead of pushing up all the way, they're staying more on the south side. They don't want to continue to push up north and let teams continue to come behind them. But Stunny makes his way through. Great gas grenade coming in for Rakinishu. The rest of the players are going to start to push in. However, you can see Pickett is already taking so much damage. It's going to be a 1-on-3 situation. Rakinishu may have to dip out here. Instead, he's going to continue to fight and try to fight all the players, doing a nice job of staying alive as long as possible, but it's just too strong from Rice Krispie Treats. Rockstar finally being taken down early.
Yeah, I don't know how Rice Krispies were able to find the angles to get the opening damage in that. They cracked 2, dropped them down to critical, and then instantly you saw Stunny charging forward without a care in the world of caustic barrels at all whatsoever. NPL were in position to try and come in for the third party, but they thought better of it right now. They're going to bide their time, still playing here on the east side of Dome currently. We're down to 13 squads, 37 players remaining. So 2, maybe 3 teams damaged right now as things should slow down, zone closing. And NPL, once again, are in excellent position. They've got the crypto drone for us as well, so they'll be able to continually pull on that beacon for us to let us know where this zone is going. Right now, though, Ronnie just trying to work up towards that purple for himself. He has the triple take with 2 stacks of ammo, maybe 2.5 there. And so he'll have the time to try and get the purples, especially for Bambino, who's still sitting on that white armor.
I like that he's just sitting here covering Bambino, though. That's the number one thing, is Ronnie's sitting there with his presence, with his arm shield, and also within dome distance to be able to help out Bambino at any given point in time. Kenny's also in his drone. Meanwhile, Klein is going to charge that up to purple. Smart play before he goes and uses that battery. Heads up, as he's going to be able to, again, work with the rest of his team and just watch one angle while Kenny watches the other, and Lion gets inside and helps too. But you can see very nice barrel placement here coming in for Team Applejacks. Perfectly done by Lion. That was the problem that Team Rockstar ran into, is they didn't have enough barrel placement because their doors were open. There was numerous angles to go through. And by the time one player was already down, that's when the caustic grenade had to happen for Rakinishu. So Applejacks in a great position here because they have such the advantage of the back of the edge of the circle. And they can, like you said, Jamerson, once that zone closes, continue to even scan the beacon outside the zone.
Yeah, Kenny's drone did get cleared, and he just got it back, so he's going to pick that up for us, barring anyone sniping it out at this point, as it looks like beeline for it, and he'll be able to tap that, and we'll know exactly where this circle's going. But there it is, once again, just kissing the edge. You can see NPL are set up perfectly for it now, as it looks like Kenny will continue to scout out the rest of these buildings so far. As a lot of loot boxes. He sees some purples on the ground as well, and so he's not happy about this one whatsoever. Looks like the port play was made to try and ferry over some loot, but that is not going to be possible. Klein took a lot of damage going through there. Unfortunately for them, of course, they don't have that Gibraltar, so they can't go through that port, use a bubble, pick up some loot, and get out. Oh boy, 2 brains, 1 controller pushing NPL though. Might have been a little bit of a further encounter. Never mind, it's up close and personal. NPL have lost out on 2 tech.
is able to pick that up, and now Bambino is just going to try and run out and survive for as long as possible for his team.
That happened so fast, we actually missed it. We were kind of checking out what Applejacks was doing, and they were putting on pressure to the team that was in front of them. I wonder if that was also 2 Brains, 1 controller, but we're going to see believe, is that a Sentinel or a Kraber? Double snipers coming in, and that's going to be double knocks coming in for our EU team. But Applejacks is in a great spot with that scan. They see that they're in the zone, and they have so many barrels there. There's no reason for them to leave or do anything. This is their best opportunity out of all their games to go and win here, and this is exactly the strength of their composition. So I'd love to see them execute here. Great grenades from Lion. Hopefully he can connect on him, and he does. Big damage in the back. Oh my gosh, about 300 damage with the nades.
That's so massive. Defensive bombardment going down on top of that, but it really doesn't do much. As you can see, the dome covering all of that, but you have the Nox gas grenade going in as well. Klain is going to try and play frontline, but he's forced to queue instantly there. Make it his way back to the rest of his squad. Unfortunate for them that they weren't able to really convert on all of that damage that came out on top of them right now. As it looks like we do have some fights going on. TPM facing off against Razor. Muffins going down. He did trades, though, at the very least, but Hakulo falls next. TPM might take out another stacked squad. We'll find out in just a moment. They do. We're now down to 11 squads, 28 players remaining as Lion, once again, still dishing out the damage, but it's returned onto him as he needs to pop those heals. EMP came out from Kenny to slow things down.
I wonder if that thermite connected onto their door. We'll see from Kenny's point of view here very shortly. He can't even mess with that door. He has to be more worried about the windows and over towards the side. And now that barrel is going to be cleared. They have the pings on down over towards the right-hand side and spot exactly where these players are. They're all over down towards that down knockdown shield, just crouching. That should be it there for Team Applejacks. Nice job clearing out the side of their building. Now they have to loot, reset immediately, and Line needs to heal.
Yeah, most importantly, they need to heal. And I think they were out of heals because they made that push without resetting at that point. And so this might have been the lifeline that they needed. Sorry, we do need lifelines in the game sometimes. But yeah, there we go. Rice Krispies come in. They get the knock onto Klain as Kenny is desperately trying to get back inside. He does have the barrel, but there's also an intruder and a Wraith right above him. Pulls out the wingman. Hits for so much. Finally gets the knock onto Stunny. But will he have an armor swap to work with? Any heals? No, he gets dropped on by the clown. And Rice Krispies will clean that one up. We're now down to 6 squads remaining, 14 players left as they go ahead and stick the res onto Stunny.
That's so unfortunate. Really, the only thing that you can do in that situation is you have to have one player, whoever is the healthiest player on your team, not looting the boxes. Maybe even 2 players not looting the boxes. But Lion was so weak. He really should have been the only one doing anything, but he has to also be the player that's tossing out barrels and trying to control a little bit of more of what's going on onto the map. Nice third party there from Team Rice Krispie Treats. They're going to take the power position, and that's just so unfortunate after a very well-timed, well-played game to be taken out so early with still 6 squads remaining. All the rest of these squads continuing to push on that north, northeast, northwest side.
Yeah, they have full control over the south side. As you can see, the barrels are just all across. It looks like one might have just gotten cleared, though, so they do have information, right? They don't have to go for the scan, because if you have a barrel being cleared, you know that someone shot that one out. And so they have something to work off with at the very least. With 5 squads remaining, 13 players left. Wondering if NPL still have their rat alive in this game currently. Don't know if it's a solo or if it's 2 duos running around, but here they go. Rice Krispies now starting to go forward, and it was just a solo as NPL, they go down in top 5 position here as our EU representatives are able to pick that one up.
Zone pulls away from where they were at, so you can see a small sliver for NPL. 2 Brains, 1 controller working the outskirts. This is the area we've seen teams hold for a while now, and they own a lot of it. It's Chug Gunners over here, too, trying to hold off the push. Mike Lab with a decent amount of burst over here has the nice portal being laid. This is a perfect portal from Mike Lab. The rest of his team should even consider pulling this trigger and going through the rest of it so they have the support that they need. The problem is how many players are over towards the left-hand side. I love the aggressive play here from Mike Lav. They could continue and just scout out the rest of the side area, but they're playing this very safe.
Yeah, they have plenty of time right now, and they understand that all the other teams are also wary of going for a full engage. It's more about the poke, and so there we go. The port has been taken by, looks like, the majority of the team, or is it only just Mike Lav still playing on the front lines for now? As this position looks relatively safe. They should be able to hold it, especially because they do have that Gibraltar, but there it is. That's the reason why they've got a team to their back right now. Mike Lav is able to spot that one out. He has to understand, of course, it's going to be probably a full 3-man. Currently, though, 10 seconds left to go before the zone starts closing for the final circle of this game. And things are tense. As we understand, when it comes down to the top 3, top 4, you don't want to be the first teams to fight. Allow the other teams to do the rest of the job for you. Get rid of the rest of the lobby. You come in for the third party. Looks like that's what Rice Krispies wants to do. They have an excellent position, a lot of cover to work with here as the zone starts closing in.
They do. They're going to have to play on the opposite side of this eggshell here. But if anything happens with a grenade, or you're not able to make your way through this little choke area, which is the spot that they're looking for, then it's going to be tough unless you're able to get a portal play out of there. But it looks like a couple of fights happening. Mike Lav is actually going to be taken down. Shotgun is down to one more player as Goop is trying to pop this Phoenix kit behind the knockdown shields. This is what we're talking about, Jamerson. You do not want to be one of the teams to go and force this action. Now Goop doing whatever he can to try to stay alive. Does have that portal in front of him. Has a red armor reset in front of him too if he wants to go for that one. He elects to go for it. It's actually just a purple. Going to help his boy Clinical, and that should be the bubble Mike Lav res too if they have it.
If they have it. Clinical, though, trying to go for that med kit as the port was used by 2 brains, 1 controller. Trying to get aggressive on that, but here it is. Finally, the bubble res comes out now. So it's a 3v3v3 E1. Excuse me, our EU representatives now down to just 1 player remaining here. As there's another 39 seconds before the zone starts closing in, and Chuggun is miraculously are going to be able to full recover off the back of this one. You can see Clinical also popping those ultimate excels for this final team fight. As in 25 seconds, things are about to pop off.
They could potentially do a crazy zipline play here last second if they wanted to, and you see a possible zipline going down for Goop. He's thinking about it because they are, even though it's a very slow zone, they are kind of right on the edge here. So you're going to have to be weaseling up with not much cover here, as the team with the most cover is going to be Rice Krispies. They've made their way kind of directly towards the center. They control the blue truck area. They have teams on either side of them, but because of the fact that Sung is on this caustic and he has so many well-placed barrels, they should be in a great position.
Yeah, we've seen this ending so much in the past as well. Early bubble coming out as Bird gets a knock. Clinical helps as well. So Rice Krispies will take out 2 brains, 1 controller. Now you've got Chuggunners on the other side. Nox gas grenade up top as they get the knock onto Mike Lav. And this is going to be Team Rice Krispie Treats taking the win in game number 4.
What a job by Sung right there. The aggressive play outside with the Hemlock, I believe it was, puts a lot of burst fire onto the Wraith player. The bubble goes down. They get into the bubble. He still continues to follow it up with the shots. He even hits a couple of barrels towards the side so they know exactly where Chuggunners are pushing through. Immediate Nox gas grenade lands perfectly. Great shots to the gas too. Amazing job from Rice Krispie Treats clearing out Team Applejacks, and then Sung helping finish off the game.
Yeah, that was game number 4, which means it's halftime, where typically I would say, you know, go ahead and stretch your legs, but seems like we got something special in store for you guys. So make sure you guys stick around for the halftime show. We'll be back after this.
We do agree we can beat basically anybody in a 3v3 fight. We don't care who it is.
Now Scan comes out right on top of him. A little bit of damage, but almost got the 1 clip there as he pushes forward. Clane gets a knock. Again, the Gibraltar, though, taking so much damage, and now it's all up to Crummy here. 1v1. It's 1 shot, and he does fall. Applejack's
So we were landing at Harvester for a while, and there's just not enough loot there for what we want to do. So we've been trying to find a new spot, and it's pretty rough to like keep contesting people over and over, especially in Apex, because they're so stubborn about it, even if they lose it a million times. But geysers are number 1 priority. we played it in 2 ALGSs and we finished top 5 in both of them from Geysers, so we're pretty confident from there. We had an issue with it, with people making, like one of us making the calls in the middle of the fight, but Lion's been calling a lot more lately, and like in the fights and taking leadership during the fights, and we've been doing a lot better. So I'm pretty confident with that.
What is up, guys? Tyler here, CEO of Esports Arena, and I've got with me resident pro gamer of Esports Arena, better than Luke Shimon he brew. We got Spirit Z, Shane Adams. Shane, thanks for doing a halftime show with us. This is our first time doing this. We figured, why just have a break screen when we could talk about what just happened tonight?
Absolutely, and there's been a lot of action. Speaking of the action, let's go ahead and talk about Team Rockstar because they're currently in first place, and we have Rakanishu who actually took off the last couple of weeks, and he's actually had a stellar performance today.
So why did the Rak attack take off the past couple of weeks? I heard some rumblings.
Okay.
I'd just be curious to know. I mean, I'm not saying I know, or I just want to know.
Yeah, well, I heard through the grapevine, that there was a little bit of talk about, who is the problem on the team, and, like, some people. Yeah, I mean, they say it's Rakanishu, but, according to today and today's stats and how he's been putting on a performance today, I don't know if that's the case.
So he was boycotting playing for the past couple of weeks.
Yeah, there was some internal team issues. That's all we know. That there was some team issues going on, and he took.
Sounds a little rock star-ish. You know what I mean? Like you're the lead singer of the rock star, or you're a rock star, so it's like, yeah, screw this band. I'm going on my own, doing my own solo road. But now he's back.
He's back. Well, speaking of Rakanishu, I want to go ahead and highlight him with one of the clips from our mobile.
This is a clip. This is the clip that you had seen, right?
Yeah.
Oh, so it's starting off right now.
So here we are with Rockstar. This is right before they actually come in third party a fight. So you can actually see that Aves actually sets up a nice portal for his team to go ahead and get some vision here. They actually see two teams here fighting on the top of this building. It is actually Pringles and Secret Formula. Go ahead.
I'm going to say pause it right here.
Yeah.
And so for those that don't know, including myself, I'm not saying I'm a resident Apex pro, but so this means he's third partying, right?
So so with the two different Gibraltar bubbles actually up, you actually know there's 100% two teams fighting right there. So
fair enough.
So so the two Gibraltars, two different bubbles, they're both up, so they know there's a team fighting. So let's keep on and go and see how the boys handle the situation. They obviously know that two teams are fully engaged here, so let's see how this one pans out.
And I see this, right? If I'm Rakanishu, I see this.
Absolutely, the kill feed is popping off. They do know that is the fight that the kill feed is actually feeding from. So you can actually
live in the fight.
You're live onto the fight. We're here with Secret Formula. They've seemed to get the better of the opposing team, which was Team Pringles here. So there's only 3 of them here left on the rooftop of the building. But this is where Rakanishu and the boys fling into action, right? Here's the black hole coming in, sucking everybody in, and then boom, here comes the Horizon lift right up in the air. Rakanishu and Matt Pickett are flying in, handling so much damage. Here's some 36, and we can flip it right over here to Rakanishu. Rakanishu, here we go. This is the big play. 56 instant, one pump. Boom, again, 44 to finish that one off. That's the first pick. Rakanishu then hits a second shot, only for 14, but he's able to finish that one off. The last player is a Gibraltar on the edge, and he's able to finish that one too. So really nice shots from Rakanishu. Go ahead and pause it right there.
He was able actually rewind that about, not even like 5 seconds, just real quick for me, Blendy.
Yeah.
I want to make fun of Aves here. Go ahead and play it. So look at Aves here. This guy's in no man's land.
He can't get up.
He can't get over the wall. Keep it going. You see it gets fun. Look at him.
He needs some help.
Come on, guys,
he clearly needs some help over there. But
thank God Rak attacks on that team.
Yeah. Thank God for Rakanishu. He's actually the kill leader. He finished this fight and he has 6 kills to his name after this. So I mean, congrats to him. I love seeing him. But speaking of Rakanishu, we have to actually going to go into a little bit about the players. So for season 2. we have the qualifiers that start the first week of February. So you guys are not going to want to miss that.
So right
Sign
now,
up. Yeah,
Series E, we're in season 1.
Exactly, season 1. We are in season 1.
Season 2 is about to happen.
Yes,
right?
absolutely.
So do we have someone in the production room? Do we have the graphics leaderboard that shows our top 4 and things like that? Do we have that we could throw? But we can't throw it up on this.
Yeah, so I'm going to start.
Cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I think I know them off the top of my head. I think it's Razer, Intel, Rockstar, and Rice Krispie Treats. It should be sitting on top right now.
In the running.
In the running, but we have to also.
In the running is Pringles and.
Pringles is right there. I'm not sure who's next on the list, but NPL. Okay,
yeah.
I do want to touch on this right now because going into season 2, right? You have to keep 2 out of the 3 members of your team the same. So I know that Team Intel is one of those teams that is planning on moving on to other making another roster pretty much for ALGS going forward. So they won't be able to keep their spot even if they get into the top 4. So they don't get to keep a relegation spot. So that means the next runners on the list, like Team Pringles, now have the opportunity to stay sponsored for season 2.
Nice. So that sponsorship, mind you, if you're tuning in to Series E for the first time, Esports Arena, we're paying all these branded teams, these 9 teams, a monthly salary for playing during Series E. It's pretty cool, and we're working on ways to enhance some season 2 for all the players that will make it for season 2. Looking at ways of enhancing those player benefits, mind you, for that. So that's pretty cool. So NPL, Nestle Pure Life, they've actually got they're the ones that are on the fringe.
Yep.
These guys need to step it up. How have they been tonight? Have they done anything tonight?
NPL's been doing pretty well.
Okay.
Pretty well, yeah.
Sweet.
But Pringles? I mean, Pringles, I saw them up there, but I really do also want to talk about, not only with season 2, I really want to talk about like what we're also going to do for the players when it comes to the format. So we know that we've heard a lot of talk about, 8 games is too much for you guys, and we're listening to you guys. We're listening to you guys, and we're here to tell you that going forward in season 2, we're only going to be running 6 games per night for you guys. So wait,
do we get to pay him less for that, or?
Speaking of payments, wink, wink. We'll see you guys.
Just kidding.
We'll see you guys for a special announcement on the 27th, which is going to be the last day of Series E.
Something good.
We have a special announcement for you guys. So you guys are not going to want to check that one. You're not going to want to miss that one. So
do check it out.
Yes, do check it out. So
ALGS canceled.
Yes, ALGS. It was canceled. I mean, I don't know what those guys. I don't know. I mean,
it's rough in the community right now. It's rough. In the community.
At least we're here.
We're still chugging along.
We're still
server
here.
issues and all. Yeah. We're putting out the best content there possibly is for Series E. You also did you want me to talk about Razer right now, or?
Yeah, so Razer is in first place. So I mean, I do want you to talk a little bit about Razer
what we're talking about earlier.
Yep,
So,
absolutely.
I mean, look, I honestly think the whole reason why Series E is to find the next best players that will be pros. Not saying that the players on Team Razer aren't pros already, but this is a team that absolutely should be signed to an org. Watching them play week in, week out, consistently putting up just insane points, insane plays. The whole team here is just rooting Team Razer. I mean, granted, I had my money on Team Pringles. I'm going to have to pay hefty for that. Although, top 4, though. Top 4. Thanks for the Intel disband.
I'm a Rockstar guy
I'll take
myself.
the asterisk no matter what. But anyway, Team Razer, congrats, fellas, on keep up the good work. Obviously, if you guys just lose every game out of here, then we got problems. So I doubt you will. But you guys absolutely should be picked up for ALGS and get paid handsomely for doing so. We're going to wrap it up?
Yeah, I think that's it, boys. So,
halftime show, Series E. Stay tuned. Second half, and stay tuned for this tomorrow. It might get more awkward or less.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see.
Welcome back from halftime. Thank you, Spirits, and of course, Tyler from Esports Arena for that halftime show. But before we head into the second half of the day, I think we should go ahead and take a look at the leaderboard, Tom, just to see how things have shaped up after 4 games already. So let's take a look at the Mobile One High Performance leaderboard, see who's still on top. And it is, of course, Team Rockstar. But their lead is slowly getting cut into right now. Team Rice Krispies currently in second place, behind them by 15 points.
Unfortunately, Rockstar just had to slow down a little bit in that last game, but Rice Krispies picked it up again. Big ending there from them, especially Sung with the way that he was playing that one with aggressive hemlock play, really opening up the rest of the map for his team to feel confident enough to push out too from inside that little blue trailer or blue truck, that they were holding on to. But Seamus's team Intel NPL continue to be consistent. Cheese It, after their strong performance last week during the Pro Day, continue to put aggressive points on the board with their great shots. I mean, Strictly's wingman has been on fire, on point. Probably the best shots we've seen with the wingman today.
Yeah, and again, we've talked about weapon meta in the past. I still love the wingman. I'm garbage with it, but I still love it because when you hit, it feels so good. And there are some amazing wingman players in here, of course, particularly as well on Team Intel. And so we're seeing a lot of that being utilized now. The weapon meta feeling absolutely great. I'm super excited for the new one that's coming out next season. But let's go ahead and talk about Nestle Pure Life. And so they have been dropping at Tree, making that change. And it goes like week to week. Sometimes they'll try something out, but then now they're returning to Tree and they're having some decent performances off of it. It's just now really navigating that early game rotation, where a few times they've been caught out trying to go over towards that sorting factory and sorting factory harvester side where they run to resistance. So we'll see how they adjust to that for now. But here we go, heading into the second half of the day. Here's game number 5 of Series E.
I think the big key for them is Bambino should start landing and getting his scan a little bit faster instead of worrying about the loot, because then they can decide if they even want to continue to just loot or not. If it's a really good zone for them, they could do something completely different. And if it's a longer zone, kind of like how it is, then they know that they could kind of take their time a little bit more and figure out exactly how they want to go and try to get the rotation through. 2 Brains, 1 Controller getting in our first skirmish of the game. Looks like they have a team on the ropes over towards the side. Pop-Tarts also looting up over here towards the epicenter side. They have the scan for us. You can see it's fairly close to them, and it looks like it's going to be sticking more towards, I believe, is this going to be a fragment zone, possibly?
What the hell just happened to Razor? Zeratrick is the last one alive for his squad. I don't know exactly what the flight path was like, but it looks like they missed Skyhook. And I don't even know. Muffins ended up getting meleeed out. Maybe he disconnected. I have no idea what happened to them here. They don't die. What the hell?
I'm not quite sure. Maybe Zeratrick is going to be able to do something miraculous. 2 Brains, 1 Controller kind of sticking around. Looks like they want to camp this just for a little bit so they can time it and make sure Zeratricky understands that they can't come back there for free. So it is going to be Tech kind of holding it down, making sure that they eliminate one of the other strong teams who's also kind of tied for them in points too. So now it's the rest of 2 Brains, 1 Controller going to loop behind them and just the 1v1 between Zeratricky and Tech basically over these banners. But while this happens, Tech can determine if he wants to call for help and the rest of his team to come.
Yeah, he already hits for the 69 with that triple take shot, and he knows that just a little bit more damage. Another 69 as the armor swap came out, but there we go. He should be on his last legs, and Team Razor going out unceremoniously here. As we join on board with Seamus over at Harvester now, starting to make the rotation. It looks like his Blight go ahead and pop on top of that balloon just to reconnect with the rest of his squad currently here, as now already their loot situation. Fantastic. 2 purple armors along with the blue on Blight.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to continue to rotate too, and Rockstar is making the rotation fast through Geyser, which we've talked about for them. They're going to, or maybe they're going to go sorting side. I feel like the fastest way for them would be to hit the Geyser and then go out over towards the side. That's what Aves is probably calling for right now. And the rest of this team should follow up too. But it's going to be, I think, ending over towards like Market and Fragment West side. If I had to say anywhere, that'd probably be where I'd be putting my team. and having some caustic barrels over there towards the side. As we do take a look over that there towards the zone, you can see it's pulling heavy towards that north-hand side. Could continue to pull over there, but you don't see anyone rotating fast enough quite yet. It's been a fairly slow rotation game, and it's surprising again that Zeratricky was even able to get out of that situation. Unfortunately for Razor, this just hasn't been their day, and honestly, it's been very impressive from Rockstar and Shame Assist.
Yeah, and Shame Assist week after week, I feel like they've just been getting better and better. Right now, though, NPL starting to make their way up through Harvester. Currently, as you saw, E-Boy Ronnie had that nade cocked and ready. It's TPM, who have been able to just find teamfight after teamfight throughout our last 4 games, taking some impressive ones to say the very least right now. But now it looks like they're on the back ropes as Upsushi taking a lot of damage, is forced into that queue. As Talus goes for a re-peek, almost gets the knock here. He will, taking out Thex, bringing this down to a 3v2, but the HP doesn't look good for TPM currently. The bubble has already been used by Sponge, but it looks like they will be able to clean that one up. That's all of our EU team out.
That was nasty hipfire spray there from Talus. Again, not losing a player is huge. The fact that you have to res means that you're not able to armor swap, you're not able to heal, you're not able to loot, etc., etc. Instead, they are now fully healed almost, and then they're going to be able to reset. And I think they took out Team Razor in the previous game, and we've seen them take out about 5 or 6 partner teams overall throughout these games, maybe even more. So out of anybody besides Shame Assist, I'd say TPM definitely the favorites in terms of these open teams. We also know what Secret Formula is capable of. We've seen them win before. As the fight's now starting to happen over towards this fragment side, you can see Team Upper C already down 1 player. That's going to be difficult for them to recover from, but you do have the portal up for Shogun if he wants to go and use it. Instead, they're going to dip out.
Yeah, he is just packing all the way up out of this, and Rice Krispies already in position here, taking control of ultimate high ground in Fragment West right now. Team Cheez It, though, in an engagement over by Overlook, as Strictly, Hambino, and Mass are all still sitting on white armors. Do have the G7 Scout with a 3x for Strictly, so he can start really turning that one up, but he doesn't have a mag behind it, which makes it much more difficult to really get the knock and get the kill there. But going through that port, 36 HP, he connects, and he's going to force that Wraith back once again. Hits for the 29, forcing out the bubble, and just in due time, Pop-Tarts taking a lot of damage there. Cheez It go for a fast reset as they tried to get aggressive, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Here comes a defensive bombardment as they have to make it into cover. They almost don't, as Ambino's dropped down low. Good spray down coming out from Mass, taking out Fat Fruit Ninja. Now Pop-Tarts are playing a man behind, almost 2. As you can see, one of them is down to about 2 HP. It's all up to Farmer Lucas here to hold it down for his team. He's getting tagged. Cheez It are down a man as well currently. Now, we do have the bubble coming up in 7 seconds for Mass, as he's going to use that defensive bombardment to provide a little bit more comfort for his squad. But now, as his protective dome does go down, he's going to go for that fast res, and he'll have the man advantage once again. They try to get aggressive. Here's Farmer Lucas pushing into the bubble, but he's got the full 3-man in front of him. Can he do it? He gets the first knock at the Hambino, but he's getting shot from behind as he tries to go for the reload, has some cover, and now here comes the rest of Team Pop-Tarts. Sans Fat Fruit Ninja, but looks like they might have regained the initiative high ground here as they try to push up. Sir lifts a lot. He's got the Mastiff. He's in the 1v1, but he's taking so much damage. Strictly will be able to finish him off and keep his team in the game.
Great scout shots there from Strictly on top of the roof, then switching over to the EVE 8, really connecting those perfectly. Now the rest of the team is going to be able to heal up. You can see the zone. They're not that far from that. Dying on rotate. They've picked up, I think, a couple of kills this game. Not quite sure, but you do have Nestle Pure Life dropping to 2 brains, 1 controller. Curious to see where that was on the map, but Nestle Pure Life was one of our teams, I think, sitting over towards the top-hand side. Not too far behind them. Behind them was 2 brains, 1 controller. Intel has a very tough game in front of them. Teens respawn timed out. White armor on hill outside of the zone. You saw the map. Everybody inside a fragment now. Wouldn't be surprised to see them fall very shortly, unfortunately.
And we'll see how much time they can buy for themselves here as we join on board.
with 2 brains, 1 controller, holding construction building for now, dying on rotate, getting naded on rotate here as Sync is forced to pop that Q, makes it back to the rest of his squad as they are trying to play the choke here on the south side of the ring, just south of Fragments, formerly Capital. And now here they go, another team though, as they're trying to just get out of this spot. It is so difficult. They're getting shot from multiple angles now, but it looks like the movement is there for Wicked and company as they have made it behind cover. The port was used as well, it looks like, by another team. But now again, they're just jumping from cover to cover, healing as they go, watching their back as they go. They go to a more defensible position.
Yeah, I like that little retreat there. It wasn't the best portal ever for Sync, but he was able to at least wiggle with Wicked and get around over towards the choke. Intel, again, very tough situation here. Not quite sure what they're going to do. Again, this is just a 2-man team. I don't think Cheez-It realizes this. With the zone closing in about 55 seconds, we'll have to see how far they actually have to go. They should be good to take additional damage in zone number 2 based on the amount of heals that they have, but the last thing that you want to do is actually run into a full team over here compared to a team of 2. Again, they don't know that that's just a team of 2, so maybe they're going to portal exactly towards the edge. That's why the pings are going down. He's waiting to find out exactly how many meters he's going to need to go and pop this one before he goes. Instead, no portal going to be used, and maybe you're going to save this for the next zone.
And we had Rockstar versus Pringles. Applejacks coming in for the third party. Rockstar down to a duo here as they have made their way into Frag East. They've lost out on Rakinishu. Matt Pickett needs to heal up as well. We'll see if they can recover that banner, but it's going to take some time. Matt Pickett has about 10 more seconds left on that Phoenix kit, 67 seconds left on that banner. There is an opportunity to try and get in and grab that, but it's going to be very difficult here. Unfortunate as well. Aves was 4 damage away from being able to get that purple Evo shield for himself, as it looks like Pringles now just down to Stink, who's trying to not buy any attention for himself right now as Applejacks. They're playing to the west of that construction, of the train building. So there is actually a large opportunity for them to try and come in and grab that banner.
I wouldn't doubt it. They could possibly go for it. It would have to be a very well-timed play from Aves. Love the positioning for Applejacks, though. This is numerous times we've seen Applejacks taking a very powerful spot, and this is the high ground. Can't really tell which way this is going to pull. That's the problem right now with these fragment zones, but fortunately they can go and hit the scan. With Kenny, it's going to be free for them over and over again, and they're going to be able to decide if it's going to be on this east or west hand side. So about 15 seconds more, and we'll know this as he hits the scan in about 20 seconds from now. So I love the way, again, Applejacks has been able to find a place to land. It's not easy to go and pick the right building, and they're able to do so. And also, they're doing a good job of little things like this, trying to drop their armors, anticipating the EMPs coming through. Now Rockstar goes and makes their play towards that banner like you were talking about, Jamerson, and actually gets it as the cover fire is going to come down for Pickett.
Yeah, they've got 2 minutes to work with, and the respawn beacon over at No Name is still available. I believe Aves should be close to his portal for now, but they might just be pinned down into this position. They have teams to their south and to their north. Don't know if there's a team inside Diner right now, but you can see Matt Pickett was eyeing that respawn beacon. They want to try and get Rakinishu back in. We've seen the potency of the black hole along with the Nox gas grenade. But as you can see, we have Rockstar. They have a team to their south immediately, and it looks like Matt Pickett's making the call. We have to go for the res. He's taking some shots from behind, but it looks like he does make it to cover underneath the bridge. Aves will be completely unscathed as he makes it through. Might be getting chased. We don't know quite yet, but they will commit to the respawn.
He's hitting it exactly as the portal's coming up. That's the key here. You can see right when he's going to fall onto the ground, they have the opportunity to get him back into the game. Cover fire is going to be put down. Nice 70 burst. Pickett's coming through on the side too. Aves needs to put this portal down and put it anywhere, and that's exactly what he's doing.
But he might be running straight into dying on rotate, who should be maybe just to the south of them. We'll find out in just a moment. Rakinishu back into the game, but he took a massive shot coming down.
but he was able to make his way into that port. They buy enough time to maybe get another port and then go back for their loot. It's going to be highly questionable here. Rakinishu doesn't have any heals to work with. And I don't know if you want to funnel heals onto him for now. As you can see, might be just a liability. Only has a barrel to play off of. And there it is. Yep, right into dying on rotate.
He had to be a little bit more patient there. Unfortunately, he saw the box and then wanted to make the play, but instead didn't have even time to grab armor, didn't have time to grab syringes, couldn't really throw barrels and make a play like that too. But you just want to make a play so bad if you're Rakinishu, and unfortunately just couldn't do so. And maybe it wasn't even worth it at that point to go for the res. Again, with that portal not being able to be into a priority position, it ends up kind of becoming useless as this rotate becomes that much more harder.
It is looking to be a market circle ending there, as the market is directly center of the next zone. I don't know whose drone we're on board with right now, but checking out a lot of the, I guess, rat spots. I'm not entirely too sure. It's 2 brains, 1 controller who have given up that spot over at construction now, and this is a cheeky angle coming out from Bowser. But yeah, they're already set up. This building is in for the next zone as well, and you can see the pings are going down. We want to play market. We want to play northwest corner of the market as well. It looks like Rockstar, though, we're finally able to make their way in to a building currently for the next 2 minutes, which will be safe. They need to hand off the heals. Matt Pickett struggling in the heals department.
Yeah, and that's why they weren't giving Rakinishu really anything to begin with, because like you were saying, they're going to need these for themselves. And this rotate is so tough because you have this building in front of you. You have the train station over towards the side. You have a team that's most likely in the tunnel as we get the map right in front of us. Every single building in Fragment East currently occupied, which means Applejacks is going to be the biggest team to gatekeep here. If they can make their way into... Kenny hits a huge EMP behind them and then they make their way into the tunnel, I think that's going to be the best play for them.
Rice Krispies trying to make a push, though, but a lot of Arc Stars connecting. And they now need to buy time here on the north side of the zone. Currently Thermite out to go ahead and break the door. Connects. But it looks like the bat was finished off by Secret Formula, as they are now healing up once again. Rice Krispies, they're trying to find the angles here. Stunny on the lurk, but he does have to rejoin his squad and heal up once again. We still have 13 squads remaining here. And so it's difficult to try and make this play right now, especially when you're in a safe building. The scan comes out from the other side, and Secret Formula, they're content with this position for now.
It's the crazy thing about these fragment zones. 13 squads, like you were saying. It's so difficult when you play it so well and you get in a fragment, but yet you don't even place inside of the top 10. You can see Wicked, he gets the finish over there onto one of the players. Turns has to get rezzed as Aves did get a knock onto him. Aves gets the finish too, so Team Rockstar still picking up kills. And Rakinishu wishing he was with his team right now because look at all these death boxes.
Yeah, this is an amazing recovery coming out from Team Rockstar. And like you said, unfortunately, we don't have Rakinishu here. The fast res, it looks like, was used by dying on rotate. Remember, this was the squad that got the re-kill onto Rakinishu. And so Rockstar, despite all that, they get their revenge. Right now, Aves is the kill leader. So even though they had a small stumble in game number 4, they are right back in it here in game number 5. Right into a portal, though, into another squad. Applejacks is here as well. The boy Dab's going down to Lion, but they're taking so much damage from the ring right now as they're making their rotate onto the bridge. They have cover to work with, and it looks like this is safe, and so they will be able to survive for now, recover. We also have Rockstar still alive as that duo. Never mind, Matt Pickett has just gone down.
Oh, Abe's still alive somehow in this little corner here. A little bit late on the portal there. Yeah, a little bit late on the portal, but this is the exact play that I was talking about for Team Applejacks. And even Team Rockstar is able to fit here. This broken bridge has tons of cover. There's a nice, very nice grenade there. Is going to hit multiple players here. Hopefully for them, they don't have to deal with a defensive bombardment here. You could hop inside of this little crate, and that's probably what they're going to do. A Q is going to be popped. Portal going to be popped. They're going to be able to just kind of bounce back and forth in between this one if they wanted to. But it looks like Lane is going to elect to push it a little bit further. Super risky move but it's in the zone. Nice heads-up play there from Klain, using the situation in front of him to kind of make a good play for his team out of nothing.
Oh boy, Kenny has gone down though. It's Clinical right up top to take him out. They're working with their backs though to a corner. So Angles is being covered by Klain for now as they do get the res on to Kenny. They need a full heal up though with 20 seconds left to go. Klain taking some poke damage from across the wall. He will not peek until they need to rotate. Now Kenny still though needs to heal up that armor. We'll see if they have anything for him. It doesn't look like it. They're going to go ahead and prioritize getting that drone out as they do have that EMP. They will not let that one go to waste. Rice Krispies need to make their way forward. As you can see, swapping off onto the white Evo shield. The Nox gas grenade getting primed now as they throw it down right on top of them. Hitting for the 17 onto the purple, and Bird is there to get the knock with that bolt. It looks like Oi Senpai will get finished off along with Mike Lav there in another fight with 2 brains, 1 controller. So Rice Krispies, they've got the building, they've got the zone, they are safe for now.
Aves being annoying from the side is going to get the knock onto Tech. Knock is going to be able to get the res there. They're going to have also a player going to get dropped in front of Flashpoint. Nice PK shots coming through, but not enough. Applejack's still alive over towards the corner. They did get the res onto Kenny. Nice job by Lions staying alive with just a sliver of health too, but they are so low on heals over here, Jamerson. I'm not quite sure if any of them even has a battery for themselves or even a teammate, which means they have to let all this fighting happen in front of them. 2 brains, 1 controller involved, Rice Krispies involved, and like we said, this is a market ending.
Tech does go down as Rice Krispies pick that one up right now. Applejacks aren't out of the fight. Now they are right back in it. They've got all this loot to finally work with. They'll be able to get the heals, and you see the trades going down as well. Rice Krispies, they need to recover, and they need to recover quickly because here's Applejacks now. Already after that reset, pushing forward. Kenny even gets himself onto a purple, getting the knock as well. Lion onto Bird. They smell blood in the water, hitting for that red Evo shield. Looking for another armor swap. Lion has that gold armor. Does he have cells? Does he have syringes to back that up? Well, he's got Kenny backing him up as they do secure that thirst. So that's going to be another armor swap for them to work with as well. Right now, top 3 squads remaining as we've got Cheez-It to their north right now. Applejacks here to the south. Who is the final and third team? Is that still Rice Krispies in this? It is Stunny left to try and rat this one out on the Wraith.
I like the thought process here for Stunny. Try to stay low-key as long as possible. Wait for the fighting to happen. That's exactly what's going to happen here as Kenny is laying down some shots. But you can see the way that Applejacks has the zone in their favor. Nice job by Lion chucking a couple of grenades to own the left side of the map. Isn't able to connect on the massive shots. Misses 3 or 4 of them in a row, but finally is going to be able to finish off Stunny. Grenade going to come through. Lion does have to pop a battery or hit the armor swap there if he wants to get back into this fight. Elects to go and hit the battery. While he's doing that, his teammate is going to go push. That's going to be Klain. Applejacks versus Cheez-It for the dub.
Klain lurking on the side, but he gets peeked by 2. Has to queue back to the rest of his squad, but damage has been done. No armor basically on either side now as the first knock comes through, losing out on Strictly, about to lose out on a second one. This is a 2-for-1 exchange in favor of Applejacks. Klain is basically full health here as Hambino's trying to hold the high ground, but he has to go back into cover. Goes for the re-peek with that wingman. Throw Thermite down to try and slow them down, but here they go. The wide swing coming out from Kenny. He hits for Flesh, and he knows this is their game. Team Applejacks, second half, second win, come in and take the win in game number 5.
There it is, Applejacks with the methodical play coming through, getting the loot that they needed to, getting the armor swaps. Not only that, they switched guns numerous times because they were out of ammo. Also, they wanted stronger endgame guns like the Massive. Very well played from Team Applejacks. That was a very chaotic zone.
Yeah, and what a time to do it as well. As we came back from second half, Applejacks were in the middle of the pack, and so maybe this is the momentum they need in the Applejacks week to take the victory. We'll find out, though, as we have 3 games left to go. We're going to take a short break. When we get back, we'll have game number 6 here for Series E.
It's Kellogg's, Fruit Loops, Applejacks, Corn Pops, Tiger Paws, they're Jumbo. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go. Cereal, jumbo snacks.
About time I got here. I'm never on time, I'm always late. Am I right, Sam? That's what I'm talking about. Tony T, what up, big boss? You know what to do.
Here I come, I am Cinnamon.
It's Kellogg's, Fruit Loops, Apple Jacks, Corn Pops, Tiger Paws. They're jumbo.
Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go. Cereal, magnified, showing up for snacking time. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go.
It's jumbo. It's for snacking. It's jumbo snacks.
Welcome back, guys, to Series E as we are getting ready to head into game number 6. In game number 5, Applejacks took their first win of the day. Will this be the momentum they need to carry on through the rest of the evening? Let's go ahead and take a look at our Mobile One High Performance Leaderboard, see where they stand now. With that win, Team Applejacks propel themselves into third place, well, tied for third place with 2 brains, 1 controller at 42 points.
It's been pretty impressive to watch Team Applejacks put it together, and I've loved seeing them getting into the end zones, playing it methodical. They could have had a great game number 1 if they didn't get too aggressive over towards the Harvester side and contest 2 brains, 1 controller. But we're starting to see these crypto compositions starting to come into full effect here for NA, and we're starting to see some really good non-partnered teams pop up like TPM. Chug Gun is not too far behind them too, but TPM hasn't had good positioning in terms of their zones. Their fighting in general has been pretty impressive, though.
It has, which has net them 31 points overall, with Nestle Pure Life right behind them at 30, and Chug Gun is at 28. So it's been a lot of impressive performances for many teams right now. But you have to still give it up to Rockstar, currently sitting in first place, 67 points across 5 games. Now they are averaging 13 points, 13 points something points per game. It's not the huge start that they started off with, right? 44 points across 2 games, but they're still maintaining their lead. It's slowly getting cut into, now down to about 10 points. And it's Applejacks. Took the win in the last game. Can they continue this momentum, carry it on through for the last 3 games of the evening? There's definitely time, and there's definitely room for them to move up and try to snipe first place.
The problem with that last zone for a team like Team Rockstar, who's in first place, is it doesn't really fit into their play style. Sitting inside of a building isn't something that Horizon's looking forward to doing. So if we're having fragment zones, they have to think about how they're going to go get kills on the outskirts and then work their way in even more. Maybe they take that high ground over towards Epicenter and fight people over there and then make their way down, kind of like how Team Cheez-It did. Something a little bit different could have been much better for them, but great start for Clean as he's going to find a purple armor to start. So that's good. They also have the scan and the gold armor as well. Purple and gold for Team Applejacks. Meanwhile, Trash Pandas, they're going over towards the thermal side and getting into a little bit of a fight skirmish with NPL, who looks like they have much better loot.
Yeah, it looks like MPL really wanted to secure that beacon for themselves, and so they dropped all 3 over here instead of splitting over to Tree. And they're picking up kill points off of it as well. And so they will be able to get this. It's just Miracle Sniper. That's the only one remaining. But it looks like we do have some difficulties with the stream, unfortunately. But yeah, you see, that's why heads up play, shot calling is so important right there. Making the call. They're challenging me for the beacon. I need you here. And they were there.
They were there, but then they weren't there because I don't think anyone's there anymore. So I think we're gonna end up restarting this one and getting game 6 underway soon. So we're gonna take a break, restart the game. We'll be right back.
We do agree we can beat basically anybody in a 3v3 fight. We don't care who it is.
Now Scan comes out right on top of him. A little bit of damage, but almost got the one clip there as he pushes forward. Clean gets a knock. Again, the Gibraltar, though, taking so much damage, and now it's all up to Crummy here. 1v1. One shot, and he does fall. Applejack's
So we were landing at Harvester for a while, and there's just not enough loot there for what we want to do. So we've been trying to find a new spot, and it's pretty rough to like keep contesting people over and over, especially in Apex, because they're so stubborn about it, even if they lose it a million times. But geysers are #1 priority. We played it in 2 ALGSs, and we finished top 5 in both of them from geysers, so we're pretty confident from there. We had an issue with it, with people making, like one of us making the calls in the middle of the fight, but Lion's been calling a lot more lately, and like in the fights and taking leadership during the fights, and we've been doing a lot better. So I'm pretty confident with that.
Welcome back to Series E, guys. Unfortunately, we had a large, basically, server crash in game number 6, and due to time constraints, we are just going to void that out. We have all 20 of our teams in, and this is going to count as game number 7 of the night. So we just have 2 left, as there were just too many things going on, too many teams disconnected, and so the fairest way to do this was just for a full reset. Dying on rotate, dropping on Team Intel. Hill gets the first knock onto Synced, but they do answer back as Turn takes him out. Turns doesn't have any armor quite yet, but neither does Teen. So in this 2v2 fight, it's quite even for now.
Yeah, he did just do a little quick armor swap, also grab the banner, which Tempest, if he wanted to rotate a little bit more towards the res, they could get him back involved. Teen does have the triple take, takes down Wicked's arm shield throughout all of that. Tempest has to go and hit a rotation or make a play, though. Instead, it's going to be banner for banner. It's up to Teen without any cells to go and try to take on Turns. Looks like he's pretty healthy overall. Nice little shot there from Teen as he connect. Turns answers right back with the Mastiff. Now looks like the double team coming through, but Wicked is extremely healthy. Teen isn't able to do anything throughout all of that. Wicked and dying on rotate, dropping Team Intel.
They have to be fast on this reset, though. We know that NPL are down there in the southwest 2 tree. Don't know if they're getting challenged, but they can come in for the third party, especially if they see this res coming out. It's actually Shameassist making the rotate in over from the Harvester side now to take advantage of this third party, Tom.
They're coming in fast. I don't think they're going to be able to even res here. And if you do, you're going to end up paying for it. Now Shameassist on the hunt still as Turns is running as fast as possible. I guarantee Sync throughout all that is saying, please, please don't bring me back throughout all of this. They probably wish that the train used to be here so they could go and take that one. But I think Shameassist is going to be pleasantly surprised. Nobody even looted Sorting Factory throughout all of that. Costello's got stuck playing Octane, maybe from playing a pub. Stink's going to get dropped. Now it's up to hundreds. This isn't the team composition that you want over here towards the back of Dome. Now in a 2 versus maybe 3 versus 1 situation, hundreds doing whatever he can. It's easy for unorganized, dropping Team Pringles like it was nothing.
Yeah, that's going to be 3 kill points going over to Poli there. As that's a surprising turn of events right now. Remember, this is game number 7. We have 1 more left to go. Sir Lifts a lot. Gets into a fight as it looks like Mast gets cleaned up. So that fight's still continuing over on the northeast side of the map for now. As we get a small look at the ring currently, it's bordering just on the edge of Dome there. Team Cheez It still alive. Hambino and Strictly. Well, Hambino going to go take to the balloon to reconnect with Strictly for now. As you can see how separated they are. Might just drop right on top of them. Oh, there we go. All right, right back on. He got the knock. Strictly did onto Farmer Lucas. And Hambino is going straight on in for that banner. But you do have the bubble coming down. Hambino might change course. No, instead, he's going to elect to go for that banner instead. Right back onto the high ground is Strictly, as he's trying to lay down cover fire for his teammate Hambino, dropping into that queue for now. They're trying to give chase onto him. Pop-Tarts are fully healthy as a full 3-man. And so with a split up fight, they're going to try and take advantage. It looks like Secret Formula getting into a fight with Shameassist, who are down there over at Sorting Factory. Here's Dirty trying his best with that E, but 8 lost out now. Dirty left with about 75 HP, gets the knock onto Yubin. He's getting hit up now, down to about 20 HP, and he is finished off. Secret Formula will win this team fight out. Is there going to be another third party? NPL are in a fight of their own, so it doesn't look like a third party is going to come in.
Nice job there from Scissors, even tossing down an armor. As you were talking about, NPL did finish off their fight, but what a job there coming in. Oh, no, they're still fighting. That's the Pure Life. Good grenade coming in from Bambino. Looks like they have this player on the ropes. That's going to be Lion from Team Applejacks. Kenny going to answer with another knock. Double knocks coming through. Now it's up to Bambino, and he gets dropped. Claimed coming through with the cleanup. Nice job by Applejacks getting Lions back.
Yeah, and we can see why Applejacks got here so damn quickly. Ring pulling down all the way over towards Tree. They have that ring information for us as well. Chug Gunners, though, looks like they didn't make it too far out of out of Geyser, as they are in the middle of a fight right now. Defensive bombardment for Clinical. Looks like he does have that ready, but They're going to elect to just rotate currently, but they retake the high ground now, getting some vantage point. The call's being made. They're going to fall back over towards this choke.
Makes sense to kind of take a smarter rotation, but we'll see who is over here on the choke between Lava City and Sorting. You could take a far rotation all the way through Dome too. That wouldn't be that bad of an idea, but it looks like they're picking up a couple of scrap loots on the way, which isn't too shabby, especially for the flatline there for Mike Lab. You cannot be running around with only 120 overall now, with around 160, hopefully finding a little bit more. But I do like this smart play. I think that when you go over towards the geyser, we were talking about how hard it was before to get out of there. You always have to go uphill. And instead of going through a choke or anything down where you're too risky, you can play the outskirts just like this, because there's really no rush. You can wait till the next round closes and then hit another scan, and you'd be in a much better position.
Team Oprasy are over by the very southern side of Thermal right now, as Applejacks find themselves in another fight. A lot of nades coming in. Lion is able to heal up, though. Bubble has been used by the other side, and Kenny is laying in wait to try and retake the high ground. He's going to push up with the Mastiff, with the Volt now, as two of them are pushing. Lane up there as well, hitting for the blue, but it's from behind that Kenny gets hit. Behind that blue bin, the nade does come out, along with an Arcstar, it seems like. No connects there, forcing them out of position. Oh, Polly going down with Kuvioka as well. Applejack's now in a 3v1, trying to hunt down the last member of this team, hitting for Flesh. Applejack's about to get another kill here, but Kenny's not going to chase after it. They've already done their job. They've gotten the kill points, and they have the best positioning, basically, for this ring right now. Zoprasy in a fight over here on the southwest side of the zone right now, as they've got a team they're looking to gatekeep.
And that was the team unorganized that came through and took out Pringles very quickly. So that just goes to show you how well Team Applejacks is playing right now, as Rockstar's now started to make their little push. And this is what's nice for the counter for Team Rockstar, where they can go and make their push with this Wombo combo. But I love this Q from Aves, avoiding the Crypto EMP. Much longer cooldown on that than anything. But Applejacks has gotten aggressive because they saw the drone information. The drone has not been blown up quite yet. We'll see what the answer is. Rakinishu is going to get dropped before he's able to use anything. Portal's going to be played down. There is a barrel on the opposite side, but you can see the aggression from Applejacks is going to be way too much for Team Rockstar to deal with.
Lane's taking a lot of damage from the gas, and now he does start backing away. And Applejacks, again, this is a very controlled aggression coming out from them. They're not getting hyper aggressive. They're not chasing too far for the kills. Maybe Klein is, who's forced to use this Q, and is the Q from the other side as well. They get the knock onto Aves, and oh boy, Rockstar, if they are out, if Applejacks take them out, there's a huge opportunity now going into game 8 for the rest of the lobby to actually catch up. Remember, Rockstar's lead has now been cut down to 10 overall. Matt Pickett is the only one alive for his squad. You have to imagine teams are rotating here from the far side of the zone, coming all the way down to the south, so he might be running into a team very shortly.
He's just going to have to run away and not even go for these banners here, trying to pick up any type of scrap points that he can. Hopefully, a couple more squads are going to drop before he gets taken down, but he's on the run over here. No Bloodhound scans coming through quite yet. Nice job hitting the slide down for the battery. Looks like he's going to go for this, Jamerson. What do you think? What are the odds he lives through the top 10 here?
It was the drone detected. I'm wondering if that was Applejacks. So now he's getting pinched. There's a team to his east, Applejacks to his west right now, and it's looking like an impossible situation, especially with where the boxes are. One right there, and then one on the high ground that line just dropped down from. But Applejacks, they're going to regain their position now. They already have the barrels set up in one of the buildings, so they know it's relatively safe unless some team is lurking at that front entrance. But that might not be the case. That probably isn't the case at this point. They're still going to take this cautiously, though, as Klein is now starting to move forward with Lion. And so Applejacks, oh my goodness. We were asking ourselves, after that Game 5 win, will they be able to carry this momentum forward? And it looks like they currently are.
Great heads up play coming in for Lion where he's going to get information on where the player hit the barrel. The EMP is going to come through and they spotted him over towards the side. This is huge kill points, and it's also huge to clear out the rest of these players if they can get this team inside of the back. You can see the scan coming through. Klein is going to be had. Lion still has the Nox grenade. He's going to chuck an Arc Star over towards the window, so that one's going to connect. Klein with a decent amount of spray, does more damage than he actually takes any. Lion's going to fly through, and he's feeling extremely confident after that fight, but you have to be careful here for Applejacks. If any third party is going to come from underneath the tree or over from the side, that fight was fairly fast, fairly clean. Doesn't seem like anybody's coming quite yet.
Yeah, and Applejacks are happy with this. They've got a lot of loot all the way across basically the south side of tree here. And it'll be interesting to see which building they elect to hold for now. As we do have Kenny hopping into that drone. The zone is about to close, so he'll be able to tap that as soon as it does. Drone is already in position for it as well. So they'll hold this for now as we join on board with Secret Formula. Seem to be in a fight over here at Sorting Factory. They've got a team triangulated basically onto this platform for now, stopping them from gaining that world drop. And, you know, teams that have been fighting for it, we've been seeing the Kraber being absolutely fundamentally crucial for a lot of teams here. Prowler there. So we'll see if that goes into the hands of anybody. Oi Senpai hitting with that last burst of that charge rifle, forcing the Wraith back. They still have them stuck in that corner. Unfortunately for them, of course, they're not a cost of composition. Trying to push that spot can be a little bit more difficult. And it looks like they're going to elect to just actually rotate out of this as they're now moving through the train tracks to the north.
Throughout all of this, I believe Matt Pickett is still out. There he is. Pickett is now down, so he was not able to rat it out and get those points. He also wasn't able to even get the res on his teammates after Applejacks left the banners there. But what a job by Team Applejacks. Getting aggressive, taking down Rockstar, and then rotating back through and getting a couple more kills on the way. They're really looking strong here for repeat performance. Secret Formula has a lot of work cut out for them. Let's hop back on over and see where that zone is. They're going to hit that scan for us. Nice job by Fat Fruit Ninja. It pulls away, though, towards the center of a tree. So whoever's able to hold that top center area where the actual tree spawns is going to be in a great spot.
Yeah, possibly towards center tree, possibly towards maybe even the fences to the north. We saw a ping going down from one of the squads saying they want to play that position. We'll find out in just a moment. Applejacks in another fight. Goop, the first one to go down. See, it's so important for Applejacks to continue to put on the kill points. Another knock almost coming through. There we go, chasing out the Gibraltar, but he got the armor swap. Mike Lav takes out Klein, but Applejacks are still relatively healthy. They're having difficulty navigating the bubble for now until he hits for the 112. Now they will be able to convert on that, take another team fight win, and get Klein right back on his feet.
We'll see again if any third party comes through. Lion has the Nox grenade just in case in his hand. Really heads up play there from Lion. I was wondering if he was going to start tossing out barrels or if it was going to be the Nox grenade. Rice Krispie Treats is in the vicinity. Looks like they're not going to get aggressive over there, but another great and clean team fight for Team Applejacks. I have no idea how many kill points they have, but so far, definitely the most in the lobby. Like the way that Song is placing these barrels too, pretty sneaky. If anyone was to walk by, they'd be getting hit. Also is going to block the door and open that one for his teammate, but only 5 away from charging this up to blue. He's going to need that if they're going to even stand a chance to fight here. Caustic's great, but you do not want to go through and take a ton of damage. Meanwhile, Team Yacht, our EU team, looks like they're going to be caught over towards the side. Applejacks in another fight gets a knock, and they're getting aggressive again inside this building. This time onto Wicked, dying on rotate is going to drop.
This is insane. When you play like this deep pocket early on, you don't expect this much fighting, but Applejacks are finding it. This is maybe the 4th, 5th team fight that they've taken so far. Because right now, Team Yacht finding themselves in a fight currently as the Bloodhound scan does come down. Next, will just go ahead and rejoin with his squad. Rondon will drop the port for his team. They don't like the position they're in. They instantly take it just as Thex's armor gets cracked. It's Team Razor. They're rolling up on them as it looks like they have to back away. Just heal up real quickly once again.
and maintain control over this high ground at the very least. Again, Vex getting ready with that EMP. Drone is out on the high ground, trying to get any kind of scouting information for himself here. The drone, they're trying to shoot it out, and they do with that charge rifle. So Vex will not have that for use for some time. No EMP for him as well. It looks like a lot of utility was used by Team Razor, but they've got the crossfire set up. Applejack finished their fight. Another fight up against Rice Krispies. This time, though, it might have been a little bit too much. Secret Formula take out Lion. It's going to be a 3v2 in favor of Secret Formula, as it looks like Klain has to completely back up off of this one as well. Kenny takes some damage from that Arc Star, using those bats now. Still, Applejacks, they're in this. They're feeling themselves. They are hitting their shots, and so they want to try and take this fight. They do have the red armor swap, but unfortunately for Klain, it is mostly broken as he backs away with that Q once again. They pick up the banner. They're going to try and go for that instant res with that crypto drone. We'll see if he gets it off for himself right now. Team Razor continuing their push, though, on to our EU squad right now. Thex backed up into a corner. Zeratricky will retreat to pop that cell, as the bubble has been used early on by Muffins. That gives him the fast heal at the very least. We have Beast the Hunt going down as well for Zeratricky. So he'll go ahead and use that Q. One's on the high ground. Never mind, that's the drone for Vex now. They're going to be able to utilize that gas. It's not their own, but he sees through it with the Beast of the Hunt. Another Q comes out. They've got this team stuck on the cliffside. They don't want to drop down, show any kind of weakness, and they're holding their ground for now. Some point, you have to retreat. No, he's hitting for flesh. Hakulo is forced back as well, but they have the gold armors. They can get back into the fight extremely fast, trying to go for a wrap on the right-hand side, but a scan comes out. The right time for Zeratricky. Another bubble for Muffins this time around. And it looks like Team Yacht want to get aggressive off of this. Thex with the massive, laying in decent damage for now. Almost brought down to critical, but here comes Team Applejacks to come in for the third party, and they are just running and mowing through this lobby right now.
Greatly timed portal, also doubling back when they need to as the EMP is going to come through. They are doing everything correct right now. This is the best I've ever seen Team Applejacks play. They're even retreating and not biting off more than they can chew into a powerful position, which is going to be the final spot. We've seen the zone end here a lot of different times, and it looks like they are completely aware of the situation. This is one of the only spots in this zone that actually has cover. You have the caustic barrels through. A lot of teams have already gone and used their utility and their grenades. They're going to split a couple of meds here. Plenty of ammo. Now it's up to Kenny to possibly get into his drone and find out where these teams are going to come from, and maybe they can find another third party.
All right, Yacht. They've got the one team that they have to clear out from their back for now. Rondon took a lot of damage there as he does back away to go for the full heal for himself. I think they might have done enough damage. Take a look. They've even got the caustic barrel set up there. Haven't been cleared quite yet. So I don't know who the squad is on the other side, but this is Yacht's team fight to win. Thex once again in his drone just to get the scouting information. I don't know if he has the EMP quite yet for this one. Might want to hold on to it, but the caustic barrels did get cleared. So we got some more being refreshed now by Bark. He might just want to go ahead and pop that early on as the zone is now closing in. Hitting for the gold armor. Got two barrels ready to go. He doesn't pop it. What is going on now as they drop down into Team Applejacks? Rondon gonna fall. And now Bark here on the low ground as the EMP hits onto him. He will bleed out to the zone. Applejacks picking up more and more kill points along the way. We're down to 4 squads remaining. Applejacks, though, still playing inside the car. They're getting naded out, but that's a little bit too short. Here comes the EMP right on top of them. Plane gets hit by it, as we do have the Nox gas grenade coming out from Lion. They can use this cover to go for the full reset.
Super unfortunate that Applejacks has to use this on the defensive, and that team is going to be all over them. A team on the high ground doesn't really have any reason to overpeak here. It's really all about Applejacks just trying to stay alive and dodging these grenades. You saw the great thermite inside. Wasn't good enough, though, and now Klain understands the situation. We don't feel comfortable inside here. Let's try rotating out over towards the side, getting onto the high ground, and then we're going to be able to push down. I really like this play coming in from the lane. They're flanking the players underneath the bridge too. Aggressive play, but Kenny's taking so much damage from the caustic gas. He's going to get dropped over towards Dude. Plane's going to find one on the rollers. Lion's still fully healthy throughout all this. Where's the third and fourth party coming through? And it looks like Mask is there to help. Applejack still staying alive. Possible res coming out too. While that was happening, you have, I believe, Secret Formula still alive, pushing towards the bottom.
Yeah, and now we are down to 3 squads remaining. Applejacks have not let go of the gas quite yet. As Flashpoint get finished off, it's our top 2 now. Applejacks versus Cheez-It, I believe. I don't know how many players Cheez-It have left here, but Lion with a good shot with that Mastiff, forcing out the bubble. We're going to use this time to reset. The battery getting popped by Lion for now as Klain holds that angle, and it looks like it's just going to be a 1v3 to finish it off. Applejacks take 2 games in a row in such a spectacular fashion as well.
That's by far the biggest game of the day we've seen. By far the biggest game for Applejacks we've ever seen, and they've done it during Team Applejacks week. Congratulations. I can't wait to see how many points they actually had, and maybe they overtake first place. What I'm hearing now is 25 kills overall, so that's a 37-point game for Team Applejacks.
I'm gonna just say I don't know what the math is. They're in first place. They're in first place. We're gonna go ahead and take a break. When we get back, we'll have game number 8, the final game of the evening. Can Applejacks close it out? Oh my goodness. We'll be right back after this, guys.
The role that I play for my team, I currently play Caustic Gibby, depending on the lobby.
Can he take some thermite damage and does back away for the fast heal with that? But Lion, takes a huge
My weapon loadout, I will always be running a Mastiff, so I'll always have priority on Mastiff. With the Gibby arm shield, it's extremely overpowered to say. What's up, guys? Lion here. I play Apex Legends for Team Applejacks Jumbo Sacks, and you're watching Series E.
Team, it's been a grind, but I think I've aged you well. Some might say perfect. Who's ready to show 'em who's the cheesiest?
I woke up feeling the cheesiest, coach.
Cheez-It, official sponsor of the college football playoff.
Well, it doesn't seem like Jamerson's here, but welcome everybody to Series E. Going into our final game. It's Applejack's week. They've won back-to-back games, so let's go ahead and take a look at the leaderboard and just see how much they jumped up after that previous game. And now they have an 11-point lead on Team Rockstar. Team Rice Krispies, Team Cheez-It still in the running, and this is probably the best we've seen our partner teams do in quite some time in terms of fending off all these amazing open teams that we have, like Two Brains, One Controllers, Shame Assist, Secret Formula, TPM has been doing well. Flashpoint is a team that is a top ALGS team, and they're sitting in 11th place, and Team Razor is our #1 team overall in terms of accumulative points, and they're sitting in 12th place. That's how tough this lobby's been today. But Team Applejacks, with one of our biggest games to date, 25 kills in the previous one, rocking 37 points overall, almost half of what they have currently as we get ready for game number 8. Setting up here, Jamerson still is gone, but we'll see how it goes. We'll stay on the leaderboard for a little bit and walk through a little bit more of what's going on. Team Intel not too far behind, but still they'd have to put up another 37 performance points, just like Team Applejacks did if they even wanted to do anything. And yes, Team NPL, even though they did have a pretty decent start, started to fall off just a little bit. Team Applejacks, though, was unstoppable. We could see in this Mobile 1 high performance, the amount of fights that they took over towards the tree side was just absolutely ridiculous. We were not expecting this many teams to continue to charge over and over again. But not only that, they continued to win every single fight that came their way against some very, very talented teams. Here was against, I believe, Team Unorganized, where Kenny does a nice job staying disciplined on this roof instead of flying in front of that player over and to that blue crate. He could have been completely ripped apart by Poli over towards the side. After this, they were able to hunt down Team Rockstar and kind of crippled their game by taking out 2 players. You could see Rakanishu gets dropped over there. Shortly after that, Aves is going to be dropped too. And then Matt Pickett gets out in 11th place, which is the exact number of how many points Applejacks is actually above Team Rockstar now. And that's kind of crazy because Team Rockstar started off so well with around 55 points after 3 games. Back-to-back wins will do that for you for Team Applejacks. As you can see, about 4 or 5 fights in a row that they didn't lose. Pickett goes out in around 11th place over here. Not only that, they rotated, they got kills, and they realized where this zone was going to end, which was going to be kind of by that blue trailer towards the bottom middle of the tree side. You see Lion getting aggressive over here. Even if it gets dropped, there's more than enough gas for them to go and be able to get a res. So that's the heads up play coming in for Applejacks. And it's been awesome to watch them kind of evolve as a team from making very simple mistakes and kind of airheaded mistakes to playing one of the best games of Apex we've seen from any of our partner teams.
Yeah, and right there we saw the fights kept coming and they don't stop coming and they don't stop coming and they don't stop coming. Applejacks with a very early rotate here, and we'll see. From in the last game from here in Fragment East, but Team Razor in the fight over at Skyhook, but they got the knock. TPM, I believe, on the other side of this one. It's Team Razor currently has a full 3 right now, pushing forward. Here is Zeratricky. He's got the bubble of Muffins down. They're trying to just corner Talus, and they will be able to finish him off. Dying on rotate once again up against Team Intel. It looks like they do have them cornered, but the barrel will put a pause to this push for the time being. They're just waiting this one out right now. But again, we saw last time they got third-partied instantly. So Tom, they have to be careful about this, and it looks like they're just going to continue to loot up now.
It was Shame Assist coming through with a very quick third party. They didn't even continue to loot Sorting Factory. That's how fast these 2 teams were fighting. If they were smart, they would probably just take Sorting Factory, half each, and then just dip out. And that's what seems to be the plan for Team Intel, especially because they're not finding anything special along the way. Hill doesn't even have armor quite yet. Everybody else rocking the gray armors. Guns are average at best. 2 medium to close range guns just really isn't going to cut it. Tempest with the nice little scan there means that Hill's going to go in there and try to find some sort of armor. But I think this is definitely the play right now for Intel, because no matter what, even if you fight and win this fight, there's 2 or 3 teams in the vicinity ready to pounce on it. It just doesn't make sense. Even though Teen is getting aggressive here, I don't feel like they're even ready for what's going to come. And I don't think this makes any sense for them to take this.
Yeah, dying on rotate
at the top of Banana right now. The scans do come out. We do have the ultimate Excel, surprisingly enough, going over to turn. So they might be ready to fight once again with that Beast of the Hunt. We'll find out. But Synced is starting to backtrack a bit as they want to continue looting out and picking up the scraps of basically what's left over here in Banana. They have to be careful. You're going to have teams like NPL that are ready to rotate in. Team Pringles ready to come up as well. And maybe even Rockstar with how late they rotate, how roundabout that they rotate with their new style, especially now as it comes all the way up to Skyhook.
Taking a look at what's happening on that zone, but also looking at Fragment side, where we know Applejack's lands, I think the other team over towards the Fragment side has made their way over towards West too, so that's something to kind of keep tabs on. If Applejack's rotates and then gets come up behind, Two Brains with controller, they're locking it down over here. Tech's doing some wall bounces, gets caught off guard, loses about 100 HP, and he's just gonna hit the Q going back into the building, calling for a little bit more help from Bowser and from Nock. Meanwhile, Razor gonna get busy with Team Rice Krispie Treats over towards the Skyhook side. Bird goes down first. He gets finished. Sarah Tricky's there to answer right back with some more massive shots, hitting very nice with those. Hakulo gets another knock, this time onto Song, and that is a very nice job from Team Razor, who struggled against Two Brains One Controller with a bad landing in the previous game, or maybe it was game number 5. Now holding down Skyhook, looking very strong.
Yeah. Right now, the one person giving them a lot of pause. Team Razor don't have to force the issue. They're not forced to rotate. Two Brains, One Controller, though. Try to get center zone early on, and they are getting challenged for it as the EMP does come down, slowing them here. As nice Arcstar stick. The 93, even with the 74, but the Wraith is on the other side now, as they have to continue this fight out. They're not going to have the bubble. They will have the port, though, as Tech go ahead and get them out of here to try and get him back up into safety at the very least. Now we'll drop him to the low ground. Scan does come out from the other side, and they continue to get chased. Bowser getting shot from behind, knocked. Even though he's down, will get hit up as well. And it's going to be our EU team coming in. Bowser going down. Tech trying his best to survive, and unfortunately for Two Brains, One Controller, this is a zone that they typically dominate. But things have gone so south for them, they might not even crack top 19 or top 18. Excuse me. There we go. They go down, and Team Yacht will be able to pick that one up.
Very nice job by Yacht, just taking advantage of what was in front of him. I believe it was the Crypto on their team who got stuck. He ate it and didn't go down, so nice job from everybody on their team kind of popping out at the right time. But the third party is in the vicinity. Now we see what's going on with Razor's side. They're still over towards the Skyhook area, but that fight is continuing. Meanwhile, Turns is going to get into a fight with, I believe, Nestle Pure Life. Bambino is going to get dropped. Oprah's in the vicinity too, getting into another fight. They're going to drop the team over towards, what was that? That was the same team that took out Two Brains One Controllers. So that's another third party. So 3 different fights happening on the map right now over towards the Skyhook side too. Applejack's is going to go down, which is huge for Team Razor right now. Survey is completely lit. Lion takes a ton of damage. This is going to be Team Cheez It.
Now it's Kenny left by himself. A 1v3 peeking out, but unfortunately will not be able to survive for his squad. They don't even make top 15, so no placement points for them, as well as an EMP comes in on top of Team Cheez It. Find out who that is in just a moment, but Cheez It are all grouped up together in a building, so they'll be able to full heal reset for this next fight when it does come. Team Razor still running through, and I believe trying to hunt down Stunny for the time being. Ping's going out to the northeast side. Looks like another team is entering now. One on top of that mid tower, hitting for the 21 is Zara Tricky. And right now, they're happy to be playing this position, of course, as that squad will eventually be forced down over towards them. We know that the ring is closing closer and closer over to Countdown. So Team Razor can be the gatekeepers of this ring.
This is the Team Razor that we normally see, the aggressive play style, the confidence over towards the Skyhook side. Now Rockstar, they're going to be getting even more confident because they saw what happened in the kill feed. Team Applejacks in first place, Team Rockstar in second place, 11 points what they needed to make up, and they already have a couple of kill points on the board as we do see the rotation again from Team Razor. Zara Tricky splitting up from his team. You do have, I believe, Muffins holding it down in the background. Great burst right there with the hemlock. Great control there too, coming in for Zara Tricky, but he's not even worried about this zone. It's still just zone number 1. They're more or less trying to make sure this team is not comfortable towards their side. And it's just kind of weird to see this type of energy from Team Razor in the final game. It doesn't seem like they were kind of playing like this the entire time.
Yeah, we did have a number of zones, the majority of zones going down to the south. So the rotations were a little bit harder here as Rockstar, they are in this fight, and they're giving chase whatever squad is in front of them right now, as they do have multiple entrances to this building covered for now, but it looks like they might have lost them because they don't have the Bloodhounds, so they're not going to have the scans to work off of, as Team Pringles now getting themselves in a fight over here at stage, and Casellas gets that first knock. Polly will go down, and looks like might be able to just finish this one off. Casellas is actually on the lifeline. I just noticed that. Wonder if that was intentional.
I'm not sure. I think Casellas was even playing like Octane before that, so they could just be on Legend Roulette right now, clicking random and finding out exactly which ones they want, or he just closes his eyes and picks one, whatever's on his screen. As we see again with Rockstar, it's probably the most important storyline right now is how many points are they going to get in terms of kill points, in terms of placements. Are they going to play aggressive like they have been the entire time, or are they going to try to rat it out and play a little bit of a different play style since we're in our final game? Team Cheez-It, the team that played spoiler to Team Applejacks, now really starting to come together as a team over here in the last couple of weeks, now getting aggressive over towards the tunnel side. Don't think they have that much information, but this is the final game. Like we said, teams really start to send it and look for a lot of fights. That's why I'm wondering if Rockstar is going to play it slow. Strictly, he's going to grapple in. The shot's not going to connect with the wingman, and now they do. 35-38. That means Hambino is going to send it. And this team is on the run. They got to be careful, though, because of the fact that they push too far in the skyhook, there's going to be a lot of players here.
They got Gibraltar right in front of him. He's basically on his last leg. 26. There we go. They'll get the knock onto Sir Lifts a lot and finish off Farmer Lucas. So Team Cheez-It now, it's going to be Strictly sitting as the kill leader, dying on rotate, trying their best not to live up to their name as the port was used by Synced. They do have the bubble down as well, going for the full reset. Now the Beast of the Hunt is going to get popped by turns. We'll have his scan up in just a moment. That's going to be valuable information that Synced is trying to push forward now. He's got that flat line out, hits for the blue, but instead the other team decides they're no longer going to push. So both sides retreating for now, and we'll be happy to hold this position inside Skyhook. And we'll have a short but brief piece, I imagine. Down to 11 squads, 30 players. So yeah, you're definitely right, Tom. Final game, everyone just full sending every fight that they can. So I'm surprised that, of course, right now, dying on rotate, slowing things down.
And I think they're trying to take this a little bit more seriously, to be honest. They're trying to get a win here and show what they're made of. Team Razor, again, a very aggressive game overall. This is what we expect from them. They land over towards the Skyhook side. They're going to know how to play these zones. Unfortunately for them, they send it right into a team who played a defensive bombardment directly on top of their building. That was Shameassist, who's still in the running right now to potentially take some money here today. Top two take money, 300 for first, 200 for second. Rockstar, also one of the teams in the running, sitting in second place behind Team Applejacks by 11 points. They are just hoping and praying that a team will come directly towards them, or at least that the rest of these teams take each other out so they could get the placement points that they need. And a great spot right now is this team will have to rotate past them, but if they wanted to, this team could grief them by going into their building and creating a little bit of a problem.
They have all the barrels set up, but take a look at that ring. The ring does allow them to actually go through the tunnel, so they can take a delayed fight. But again, every single second counts here with 2 minutes left remaining now. Could be Matt Pickett regaining the high ground for his team. He'll use that gravity lift to see if he can spot out anything. He does at least have that bubble in his sights and does ping it out for his squad. So it looks like the team was able to make it past them for now. And so Rockstar will decide
actually use that path, double back around there, and maybe rotate from there, or just stay in this position.
They're trying to decipher exactly what these other teams are thinking because they eventually have to rotate too. So nice job by Pickett, getting aggressive and then doubling back to go and take the roof over here, just waiting for that player to strafe back into his shots. Has the gold armor, so he's gonna be able to heal up pretty quickly. Abe's in the vicinity. Nice job shooting the barrel too. Has to be careful though. This is risky. You could end up getting third party, and again, you don't know exactly who is where. So Aves is going to back off. Again, no Bloodhound scan here. Instead, it's Pickett with the black hole. There's the Wombo combo. Doesn't look like it's going to connect. This team being a complete nuisance in Rockstar's side, but some good shots from Akanishu could open up this fight.
Yeah, it was a little bit delayed on that Nox gas grenade, and so they weren't able to get the clean execution on that one. Also, there's the caustic on the other side. Who knows who they might have caught out. Rakanishu dropped down low. We do have the Pathfinder zipline up top, and now they are pinched. They need to retreat into one floor level and just guard that for now, and that is what they are going to do. Taking the third floor, controlling the elevator shaft entrance, along with the doors as they reset for this. The defensive bombardment has gone down on them as well. So Rockstar surviving for now, but it's 20 seconds before the zone starts closing. Someone has to make a move. You need to get out of here. You're trying to shoot a team in their back. Looks like they only have really one path ahead of them, and straight forward as the team that they were trying to gatekeep become an incredible nuisance to them.
That's exactly what I was talking about. This team here is griefing hard because they don't know what to do on a rotation unless they get rid of Team Rockstar. And Rockstar can't really push because if they do, they're going to get shot in the back. So that's just a really unfortunate situation for both teams. And then you mix in a Pathfinder over towards the side with his two more buddies trying to go and take the zip line over towards your high ground. So the play was to fall back over towards that level, but now there's such a far rotation for these guys that they really don't know how they're going to be able to do it. Meanwhile, Seamus, the other squad in third place, I believe, is in a prime position over here. However, they're dealing with a little bit of resistance over towards the side.
Yeah, Sumo will pop that med kit, and he should be able to heal up to full Beast of the Hunt ending now for Sunny Hero. But they're in a pretty decent spot. Oh boy, Rockstar try to make the rotate. They got shot in the back. They got taken out. At least Matt Pickett did. Rakanishu will be the next one to fall. Aves does answer back, taking out Euban. The secret formula now on the menu for them, but he's right in the middle of the gas. The vision is obscured. He goes up, and he does get chased by the Pathfinder with the EVA 8. He'll be able to get the knock onto Scissors, but not the Thirst. No armor swap for him. Now down to about 25 HP. He's going to go ahead and crank that bat. Again, what does the number situation look like? Was Aves able to trade 2 for 2? No, as he's getting chased down now, forced into the queue, trying his best to survive. Oi Senpai will get the Thirst onto Rakanishu. And Aves does make it to safety for now as he pops this med kit in the corner. Rockstar bit off a little bit too much there. Just waited around too long. Secret Formula actually down to a solo. We got another team coming in as Seamus is continuing their fight over here, and right now it's Sumo and Sunny Hero trying to hold the angle. They've lost out on Dirty, unfortunately. If they can be fast enough, maybe they can hit the res. But they need to end the fight quickly. Matt Pickett has been brought back into this game now, so it's going to be a 2v2, it seems like, as they do back away. Matt Pickett has that gold armor, so he was able to reset real quick. They got the knock, and they survive up against Secret Formula. 30 seconds to go. Do they have a mobile respawn beacon? Do they have a port? Can they get him back into this game? We'll find out in just a moment.
What an intense moment there for Team Rockstar. A great job by Aves hitting the Q, going back out to wherever Pickett was and hitting that res. They double teamed the players over towards the bottom. That was Secret Formula. That's a huge play there for Team Rockstar. Unfortunate for Applejacks. They were really hoping that both of those teams were going to be taken out. Trash Panda's getting into a fight over towards the side. Stink's going to find a knock. Casellas is going to find a knock too. Wicked and his team are in the vicinity. Die on rotation is gonna go through and thirst everybody on the ground over here as Cheez-It's gonna join the fray as well. Armor swaps coming through, ammo coming through as well. Seamus is still in the area. Now we only have 5 squads remaining.
Yeah, the armor swap coming up from Sumo there.
He might have a red Evo to work off of. No, he does not. So he just starts pushing forward. Matt Pickett and Aves actually go down to the ring. Despite surviving there, they just were not able to rotate in time. They go down to the ring. Rockstar are out. Here we have Shame Assist. I believe Team Cheez-It are still in as well. And the team is playing down as a duo currently. So Cheez-It here on the low ground. As you can see, the ring will go ahead and pull up to the north now. So let's go ahead and swap through the other squads to see who we have alive.
So unfortunate for Rockstar that they ended up dying to the ring there. Again, amazing job from Rockstar. Can't wait to see exactly how this pans out. Will it be Shame Assist? Could Cheez-It come through and surprise us all? Again, they're still kind of sitting over towards the top-hand side. It would take a win and probably the rest of these squad wipes for them to be able to pull this one off. But you see, Strictly needs to hit a cell at some point. I really want to see him try to heal. I'm not sure if Gambino has any big meds. He does, so he has a battery. That's big, but they're pinched in between multiple teams here.
Yeah, and they have 30 seconds left to go. Don't know who the other squads are. If we could swap, that would be perfect to find out who the last teams are in this circle right now. We know it's Shame Assist and Team Cheez-It currently, at the very least. Cheez-It, once again, still trying to make their way on up. It's Intel playing as a duo, so that is the duo that's left in the lobby. Really slowing down Cheez-It's rotate here. They need to desperately hold them off.
I love the way that Intel's playing. Big, though. Shame Assist gets taken down. It's going to be Sumo. The res is going to come through. That's tough because now you're going to have to heal while that zone is closing, and it's going to be basically a blind rotation directly into this team who is gatekeeping them in front of them. That could be still Team Cheez-It as Intel gets taken out over towards the side. That is Cheez-It with the rotation. We still don't know who that other squad is that's been gatekeeping them over there, but what a job taking over this small little area that Intel was locking down. It wasn't enough, again, with only 2 players. They were missing Teen, and now Cheez-It again with one of their best performances that we've seen on their open day, trying to string together a win here.
Yeah, it's dying on rotate that are center zone right now, and they have plenty of cover to work with as well. So Shame Assist dying on rotate and Team Cheez-It, our last 3 squads alive, but Shame Assist are now down 1 more member as Wicked able to get the kill onto Sumo here. Be careful, they're watching that. They know that the Pathfinder can get up there, so they instantly spot him out. Here comes the scan. Now they want to try and get aggressive as Cheez-It themselves will start pushing the green, the yellow tankers here, Strictly getting the knock onto turns, forcing out the bubble though from behind. Cheez-It now with the 3-man will push forward, and they take game number 8.
Big PK there, the flank, the aggressive play. Mask also baiting that bubble out to the very last second is exactly what Team Cheez-It needed. And that was a very nice performance. Again, I've been impressed with them over the last couple of weeks. They've come out very slow to start Series E, but now over the last, I'd say, ever since the new year, they've turned a new leaf, and now they're starting to play a lot more aggressive. Strictly, to me, has been the MVP of the team with the wingman shots, but you got to hand it to everybody for what they were able to do in that game, and especially that fight.
Yeah. Incredible performance coming out from Team Cheez-It. We're going to go ahead and take a short break as we tabulate the results. When we get back, we'll reveal the final winners of the night for Series E. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
The first time I had Apple Jacks, I was a young lion. I was about 5 or 6 years old, and my mind was blown. Definitely one of my favorite cereals I've ever had. It is my go-to cereal. I could eat this stuff for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything. Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack. Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen, and I didn't listen. Stack Pringles. Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything. Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack. Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen and I didn't listen. Stack Pringles, make endless new flavors. Stacking Pringles to make new flavors. Make endless new flavors. Barbecue, wavy, and sour cream and onion equals a 3-layer dip stack.
Welcome back, guys, to Series E. We have tabulated all the results, and we will announce the winners here ultimately. But Tom, we had some fantastic games tonight.
We did. We had Applejacks during their week with back-to-back wins. We had it was so close, dying on Rotate, going for their first W as a team here in Series E, falling just short there to Team Cheez It. And let's see who takes the no, we're going into replays. They're not ready for us yet. I want to know who's going to win.
Yeah, we got to build the suspense, and we're going to do that by taking a look at some awesome Horizon play. And I feel like, it was just a matter of split-second executions here, which if it had worked out perfectly, I think, Team Rockstar might have just taken the day. But there are some games where they just weren't able to get the full points allotted to them. But we see the potency, we see the strength of being able to run the Horizon caustic composition.
They're still trying to figure it out. They're also trying to figure out how to predict the zones just on the first zone. So that's one of the more difficult things when everyone's running around with their crypto scans, et cetera, et cetera. And there it is. That's the leaderboard. Applejacks during their week is going to take the dub. Cheez It was just 2 points away, and Rockstar was only 3, Jamerson. That is probably one of the tighter races we've seen.
And tighter races by a wide margin, just because we also have 3 teams basically in the running there. 79, 77, and 76. 3 points separating our top 3 teams for the ultimate victor. Unfortunately, Team Rockstar, they bled out to the zone. They took that fight way too late. We were talking about it, and that was the crucial moment. If they could have survived just 2 team fights longer, 1 team fight longer, that's actually them taking the win, Tom.
I felt like they could have probably rotated out of that building and find a different rotation. But either way, you got to give it to Applejacks for the back-to-back wins, especially their 37-point performance. I really feel like that if they didn't do that, the rest of the teams would have had a lot more confidence, a lot more would have changed going into Game 8. But it was happening. It's all written. It's scripted, guys. It's all scripted. No, I'm just kidding. Applejacks wins during their week. Congratulations to them.
Yeah, they still, though, have one more night of competition here during Applejacks week, and it's going to be the pro night tomorrow. They really have to prove their stuff, and so we'll see how you like them apples. Tomorrow, 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, that's when we'll be back. We'll have 6 games with 11 pro teams joining our lobby, so make sure you have your time set for that. That's going to do it for us, for everyone here at Series E, all of our partners, along with our newest one, of course, Mobile One. Thank you all for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow night. Have a good night.
It's your snack. It's Jumbo Snack.